Made from an athlete's mind for all sports minds. Level Up Branding is a unique sports marketing and branding agency, offering athlete management, brand management, and so much more. We are powered by experience, currently serving athletes in the WNBA, MLR, NFL, and college sports. We are looking to take on more clients because everyone deserves a shot at their dream. Our goal is to help others by inspiring one person at a time. Level Up Branding was founded by Lauren, who was and still is an athlete. She understands the importance of being a well-rounded and built individual. It takes an athlete to know an athlete. We are built different. There is so much more to an athlete than what is seen on the field or the court. We make it a priority to understand our athletes. We want to know and understand our clients' values, motives, passions, and future goals. At Level Up Branding, we believe in helping others succeed. We believe in giving back. We believe in family. You are more than an athlete. Level Up Branding was founded based on the sheer passion of sports, community involvement, and the sense of belonging to a community. We were created from an athlete's innovative mindset and experience, and here to offer our services to like-minded athletes.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. Let SBS broadcast your sporting event. We have experience and can generate excitement and permanent digital memories for your team.
Tonight. That time, finally a goal for the Stampede!
We have professional videographers using high-definition modern-day cameras, color analysts, and play-by-play announcers with state-of-the-art, classy graphical scoreboards to keep you updated. Plus, we have commercials to advertise your team, club, or sponsor, and us. Plus, we do pregame and postgame interviews.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Postgame Show brought to you by Marion Central Catholic. My name's Kyle Smith, but my name doesn't matter. These young ladies matter. It's senior night as the Hurricanes win a battle down the stretch, 48-46.
Hi, I'm Carrie Kramer. I swim 50 breast, 50 free, and 100 back.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world.
It's October 23rd, 2005. The Chicago White Sox are hosting Game 2 of the World Series against the Houston Astros. Tied 6-6 in the bottom of the ninth inning. Leadoff hitter Scott Podsednik is at the plate. And while Podsednik went to the All-Star game earlier this season, Sox manager Ozzie Guillen is definitely not anticipating a walk-off home run finish to this particular ballgame. The Sox lead 1-0 in the series, but a potential 2-0 series edge, or the game potentially going into extra innings, is just a taste of the drama both teams have experienced lately. This is just the second World Series game in Astros franchise history, and for the White Sox, last night's Game 1 win was the ball club's first World Series victory since Game 5 of the 1959 Fall Classic. Houston, meanwhile, is still looking for its first ever World Series win. Therefore, a lot is riding on this 2-1 pitch, so let's rewind. Scott Podsednik, sometimes known simply as Scotty Pods by fans of the Southsiders, is starting to become a fan favorite. The White Sox had a formidable lineup of Carlos Lee, Bagley Ordonez, Paul Konerko, and Frank Thomas going into the 2005 offseason, but after finishing in second place to those pesky Minnesota Twins in 3 consecutive seasons, General Manager Ken Williams pulled off one of the biggest blockbuster trades in Chi Sox history by dumping Lee's contract to the Milwaukee Brewers and acquiring the speedster in Podsednik. Just like that, Williams dumped a 30-homer, 100 RBI guy for the relatively unknown commodity in Podsednik. The theory was Podsednik would help bring a new dimension of speed and small ball mentality to the Sox. Williams wanted to change the direction of the franchise with a speedy and up-and-coming ball player who could frustrate opposing pitching staffs on the base pass, similar to what the Twins were doing with Lou Ford, Torrey Hunter, Luis Rivas, and Christian Guzman. And Williams' bold trade turned out to be a great one. The first half of the season saw Podsednik steal 4 bases in a game on 2 different occasions, with Scotty Pods making the All-Star team as the final vote candidate. His batting average hovered around 300, and he stole 59 bases for the Sox. The trade was still good for Milwaukee, as Lee finished with a career-high 32 home runs and 114 RBI. But the Brewers missed the playoffs in 2005, while the Palehosers won just their 4th division title since playoff reformatting went into effect during the late 60s. Williams actually changed the entire White Sox lineup. Frank Thomas was out most of the 2005 regular season and postseason due to a bone fracture. Ordonez signed with the Tigers during the 05 offseason. Jermaine Dye became the everyday right fielder, and Williams brought in 30-year-old Japanese rookie Tadahito Iguchi become the everyday second baseman and two-hole hitter. Iguchi became a key cog in the Sox lineup, with his 3-run homer in Game 2 of the ALDS against the Boston Red Sox being the climax of a very impressive 3-game sweep at the hands of the defending champions. Everything was different about this White Sox team. The mantra became win or die trying, as White Sox small ball, or Aussie ball, as was sometimes referred to in the Chicago Sun-Times and Chicago Tribune, became the team's identity. Instead of Lee cranking dingers to left field, Pacetic would steal bases, Iguchi would get him over, and Jermaine Dye or Paul Konerko would drive him in with the crucial RBI hit. However, the average baseball fan wanted to call it. The Sox overcame the odds and stopped the Twins from winning a 4th straight AL Central crown. But the White Sox actually had to go toe-for-toe, tick-for-tack with the Cleveland Guardians to see who would represent the AL Central in the playoffs. It was a crazy year for the Sox. By August 1st, the Palehosers were up 15 games on the Cleveland Guardians. Incredibly, that lead became a meager 1.5 games as the Guardians went 19-8 during the month of August. A turning point for the White Sox came on September 20th against Cleveland. Joe Creedy's walk-off home run in the bottom of the 10th increased the White Sox division lead to 3.5 games. It was a 2-win swing, and it gave the White Sox enough breathing room for them to hold for the division crown. Even more interesting, Cleveland missed out on the postseason entirely after its amazing run. The Guardians/Indians lost 6 of their last 7 games, allowing the Red Sox to sneak in as the wild card representative. It was a tough pill to swallow for Indians fans, as this team went from a 48-47 record to almost upending the Sox for the division pennant. Instead, the Indians missed out on the playoffs for yet another year, their 4th straight season without a playoff appearance. The White Sox cruised past the aforementioned Red Sox, but the ALCS was a slightly different story. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim won Game 1 in Chicago, with Pacetic and catcher A.J. Pierzynski getting caught on stolen base attempts. Game 2 was a game to remember, as it was just a 1-1 tie with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. With 2 strikes on it, Pierzynski swung at a splitter out of the strike zone. The White Sox starting catcher thought the ball hit the dirt, and without instant replay in effect, home plate umpire Doug Eddings awarded first base to Pierzynski via the drop third strike. It honestly looked like a bad call by Eddings on replay, as Angel catcher Josh Paul clearly seemed to have caught the ball. It was new life for the Sox, and they wouldn't relinquish the opportunity. Pablo Ozuna pinch ran for Pierzynski. Creedy had a walk-off double, and the Sox dominated the Angels in Anaheim by each of their 3 starting pitchers, John Garland, Freddie Garcia, and Jose Contreras, all throwing complete games. The White Sox won all 3 games in Anaheim to enter the Fall Classic in more than 4 decades. It all started with a controversial drop third strike allowance by Eddings. If not for the drop third strike, the Angels could have won in extra innings and been up 2 games to nothing. Oh, the days of no instant replay. Some nicknamed the White Sox the Curse of the Black Sox, as the Sox have only played in 1 World Series since the infamous Black Sox gambling scandal. That is, until 2005 began. And to put salt in an open wound, Chicago's defeats in the 1983 and 1993 ALCS were to the eventual World Series winners in the Baltimore Orioles and Toronto Blue Jays. But times might be changing, as the White Sox eliminated their curse of the Bambino by winning the Fall Classic just last season. The White Sox are now up 1 game to nothing, with a golden chance to win its first World Series since 1917. In fact, the Sox have not won more than 2 World Series games since 1919. But the Astros are also a Cinderella story. Since joining Major League Baseball as the Houston Colt 45s, the Astros entered the 2005 season without a single World Series appearance. Prior to 2005, the Astros were basically major choke artists come October. In 1980, the Philadelphia Phillies won the Fall Classic, but it could have easily been Houston. Back then, the NLCS was only best of 5, and Houston led 5-2 of Game 5, entering the top of the 5th at the old Astrodome. Phillies scored 5 runs at the top of the 7th. The Astros would tie the score at 7 with a late 2-out rally, but Gary Maddox's go-ahead RBI double in the top of the 10th became the game winner, as Houston couldn't mount another comeback after going down 1-2-3 in the bottom half of the inning. It was heartbreaking for the Stros, as they had Nolan Ryan on the mound in this do-or-die Game 5, but Ryan gave up 6 earned runs through his 7 innings of work. Philadelphia went on to win the 1980 World Series, a team which Houston had on the ropes during the National League Championship Series. Because of the 1981 player strike, there was a division series in the postseason. Houston won the second half of the year, so they got to face off against Los Angeles. The Astros won the first 2 games of the NLDS, but the 2-3 format allowed LA to host all 3 elimination games, and the Dodgers won a perfect 3-for-3 at Dodger Stadium. The Astros went ice cold to plate as the Stros scored a mere 2 runs during all 3 games. And if you can believe it, the Dodgers went on to win the 1981 World Series. The 1986 NLCS was just as bad, if not more gut-wrenching for the Astros faithful. Mike Scott, the ace of the Astros pitching staff, was the NLCS MVP despite his team's losing effort. Dave Smith was anything but automatic as the Astros closer. Up by a run during Game 3 at Shea Stadium, he gave up a 2-run digger to Lenny Dykstra, propelling the Mets to a thrilling 6-5 walk-off victory. The Astros trailed 3-2 as the series headed back to the largest city in Texas. Theoretically speaking, Scott was so dominant in the series that Houston just had to win Game 6 to allow Scott to pitch in a winner-go-home Game 7. Bob Knepper was Houston's starter in Game 6, and he pitched 8 scoreless innings, but he showed signs of fatigue during the top of the 9th, and after he gave up 2 runs in the last inning of regulation, manager Hal Lanier decided to give Smith another shot at closer. Smith just flat-out stunk most of the series. He walked the first 2 batters he saw, paving the way for Ray Knight to drive in the game-tying run on a subsequent sacrifice fly. It was a crushing collapse as the Astros were 2 outs away from forcing Game 7 with Scott on the mound. The same Mike Scott who had an ERA of .5 and walked just 1 batter during his combined starts in Games 1 and 4. The Astros fought hard the rest of the game. After the Mets scored a run on the top of the 14th, Billy Hatcher kept his team's season alive with a game-tying homer off the left field foul pole. But it wasn't meant to be for Houston as the Astros gave up 3 runs in the top of the 16th. The Astros scored twice in the bottom half of the inning, but bullpen arm Jesse Orasco eliminated the extra inning rally by striking out Kevin Boss with a runner on second. After all that hard work, the Astros season ended in an MLB playoff high 16 innings. For the 3rd straight time, the team who defeated the Astros in the playoffs went on to win the World Series as the Mets defeated the Red Sox during the '86 Fall Classic. From 1987 until 2003, the Astros never got any closer to a World Series appearance, and the Astros almost relocated to Virginia as former owner Drayton McClain seriously considered selling the team to William Collins. The Astros played in Houston after Collins couldn't get a stadium in place, and Houston voters responded positively to a stadium referendum to avoid losing the Astros just like they lost the Oilers. The Astros saw a resurgence in the late 90s and early 2000s, but the Atlanta Braves became Houston's kryptonite as the Braves defeated the Astros 3 times during the National League Division Series, 1997, 1999, and 2001. 3 straight division titles from 97 to 99 didn't matter as the Astros couldn't even win 2 games during the NLDS. They avoided the sweep until 2001, but they couldn't even advance to the NLCS in 1998 with Hall of Fame pitcher Randy Johnson on the roster. The 2004 Astros were a different story. Last season's ball club eradicated a 44-44 start to the year by going 46-26 down the stretch to win the NL wildcard. The Stros had to play against the Braves, but unlike the Larry Dierker-led squads, the Phil Garner-led Astros won the do-or-die Game 5 to advance to their first NLCS since 1986. While the Astros fought hard, losing the NL Central Division to the St. Louis Cardinals did in Houston as the Cardinals won Game 7 at Busch Stadium. Even more soul-crushing, Houston led 3-2 in the series, but they lost both games in St. Louis, including a demoralizing 6-4 loss in 12 innings during Game 6. The Astros entered the 2005 season with high hopes, and even though Carlos Beltran signed as a free agent with the Mets, Houston still had the killer bees of Craig Biggio, Lance Berkman, and Jeff Bagwell in the heart of its batting order. A 15-30 start to the year worried Astros fans, but after a 22-7 record in July, the Stros were back on track to clinching another wild card berth. The Astros barely hung on to win the wild card as they had to win on the last day of the season to hold off Charlie Manuel's Phillies. As if the baseball gods love it being Astros versus Braves, the Astros had to once again play the Braves through the 2005 NLDS. And like last season, the Astros began a new tradition of eliminating the Braves in the division series. This time around, it was a 4-game elimination as Chris Burke had a walk-off solo shot in the bottom of the 18th to send the Astros back to the NLCS against St. Louis. It was the longest game in MLB postseason history. Looking for revenge against the Redbirds, the Astros won games 2 through 4 and almost won the pennant at Minute Maid Park, but Albert Pujols cranked a 3-run bomb from the arm of Brad Lidge, and the Astros had to win their first National League pennant on the road. Some analysts consider that home run to still be on the mind of Lidge going into the World Series.
It would have been nice to get Lidge in the game in Game 6 in St. Louis in the NLCS to get that taste out of his mouth. from the Pujols home run. I don't think that taste is there.
Then again, Lidge was basically unhittable during most of the playoffs. There's no way Podsednik, who didn't hit a homer during the regular season, could hit a dinger against the all-star closer, right? And of all the people to give up a home run to Podsednik, Lidge would definitely be at the bottom of the list according to gambler's odds. And for Lidge to even be in the spot is unbelievable. Remember, the Astros were down to their last out in the top of the ninth, but Jose Vizcaino put his name in baseball history by drilling a 2-out, 2-run single to left field to tie the score at 6. Perhaps Bobby Jenks was dead tired after having to get a 4-out save last night. Jenks inevitably blew the saves, but the Sox obtained its fair share of breaks earlier in the game to even be in that spot. The first such break occurred at the bottom of the second inning. This ball should have been caught by Hall of Fame second baseman Biggio, but he somehow dropped the fly ball, allowing Brzezinski to score the go-ahead run. With 2 runners on base in the bottom of the 7th, home plate umpire Jeff Nelson determined that Dan Wheeler's fastball hit the batting glove of Jermaine Dye. Once again, instant replay verified that Nelson made the wrong call, as it sure seemed like the baseball hit the knob of the bat instead of hitting Dye. Garner was practically forced to go to the bullpen, and with the bases now loaded, he called upon Chad Qualls to try and jam the next hitter. Dye's hit by a pitch brought Konerko to the plate, and he capitalized on the first pitch with a 4-run 4-bagger to give Chicago its first lead since the second inning. The breaks are seemingly going Chicago's way, but the Astros have fought hard to be in the position they're in right now. While he performed poorly during the last round, Lidge had a perfect 0 ERA during the 2004 NLCS and 2005 NLDS. He pitched 12 perfect innings during those rounds combined. During the 2004 regular season, he even received votes for the Cy Young Award. He's been very good in 2005, but his wins above replacement mark dropped significantly from 3.8 to now barely above 2. And to reiterate,
And here's a drive deep right field. This is going to go. That's the first home run he has hit this season.
Podsednik's lone homer of the season came during Game 1 of the 2005 ALDS against the Red Sox, a home run that didn't even factor into the game's final result. It was all intents purposes a meaningless homer. But Scotty Pods crushed a career-high 12 dingers last season for the Brew Crew, so the power is somewhat there for Podsednik. Will Lidge's mind be on straight, or will he be second-guessing himself after what happened to him in Houston against Pujols? Meaning, could Lidge accidentally leave a juicy fastball right in Podsednik's wheelhouse? Can Podsednik do what Konerko did 2 innings ago? Or will he try to do what he normally does and get a hit within the constraints of the ballpark? Podsednik is ahead in the count 2-1 with 2005 All-Star closer Lidge on the mound. Welcome to a moment in history.
The 2-1. A swing and a high fly ball. Deep right center field. This is way back in the gap. And it's a gunner! A White Sox winner! A winner on a Podsednik home run! And the White Sox go up 2-0 in the 2005 World Series.
The White Sox went on to win Games 3 and 4 and record its first ever World Series sweep and its first World Series title since 2007. Houston would not win a World Series game and subsequent title until 2017. Thanks for watching this Rewinder video. Make sure to subscribe below to never miss the action of Sports Broadcast Solutions.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. For those of you who would like to broadcast or live stream your event, or maybe make a highlight tape but would like a sponsor to fund the event, SBS has a myriad of ways to advertise your sponsor during our broadcasts. We have commercials. We have on-air reads by the announcers.
Albatross Physical Therapy and Wellness specializes in pain-free.
We have graphics. And we have watermarks. Finally, Sports Broadcast Solutions can create a commercial for you or your sponsor. Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world.
It's June 9th, 2010. Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final is taking place between the Chicago Blackhawks and the Philadelphia Flyers. They'll still have to win a Game 7 in Chicago. It's a 3-3 tie in the first overtime, meaning this has been a moderate offensive explosion with some decent defense and goaltending squeeze in between this hockey contest. This is a huge game for Blackhawks fans, as their favorite hockey team has been a laughingstock in the Western Conference for most of the previous decade. For the Flyers, they're looking to bring back Stanley Cup glory to the city of brotherly love for the first time since the 1970s. To truly understand the importance of what happens next, we need to hit that left button on the VCR. In other words, we need to rewind. Blackhawks are an overtime goal away from cementing their legacy in NHL history. But for a franchise who used to not even televise its home games, this seemed like a pipe dream even 5 years ago. Known for his severe cheapness, Blackhawks former owner Bill Wirtz decided to cancel all home broadcast agreements with network and cable television outlets in 1992. According to Wirtz and the Wirtz Corporation as a whole, home broadcasts were, quote, unfair to the team's season ticket holders, unquote. And as crazy as this decision was by Wirtz, fan attendance increased during the mid-1990s. Incredibly, without normal home broadcasts and overall television brand awareness about the team, the Hawks averaged over 19,300 fans during the mid-1990s at the United Center. This is how it worked. WGN and other media outlets couldn't broadcast the Blackhawks games at the United Center. But if a national broadcasting network such as ESPN decided to telecast the game, a Blackhawk fan could purchase HawkVision, a subscription network worth $29.99 per month. Then you could watch the ESPN broadcast of Blackhawks vs. Red Wings at the United Center on normal cable television. It was pretty confusing to be sure, and as you know, the internet wasn't big back then. If you were a big hockey fan and wanted to know about the Blackhawks, you either had to go to the game or wait for the hockey highlight on SportsCenter. Even then, hockey coverage wasn't big on ESPN, so it was in your best interest to purchase a ticket at the UC. So the fans kept supporting the Blackhawks even though they couldn't watch their favorite team on TV. However, the product on the ice wasn't so great. As if it were a curse from the hockey gods, the Hawks kept finding different ways to choke in the playoffs. An original six team, the Hawks were at one time the second most cursed original six franchise. The New York Rangers went titleless from 1940 until 1994, and the Hawks now find themselves in the same place as the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Maple Leafs and the Hawks have not hoisted Lord Stanley's Cup since the 1960s decade. For the Hawks, it's been even worse. They haven't won it all since 1961, and before that, Chicago went 23 years without hoisting the Cup. The Maple Leafs have been a borderline disaster since 1967, but at least the Leafs were a dynasty in the 60s. The Hawks were lucky to even win the 1961 Stanley Cup. So yeah, the Hawks have pretty much been mediocre or worse since 1961. However, there were moments when the franchise seemed destined for championship glory. The worst moment for Chicago hockey fans was the 1971 Stanley Cup Final against the hated Montreal Canadiens. Without air conditioning at Old Chicago Stadium, the Hawks were the home team during Game 7 of the Finals against the Canadiens. Jumping out to an early 2-0 lead, legendary netminder Tony Esposito couldn't stop Jacques Lamar's 60-foot-away snapshot, giving the Canadiens their first goal of the contest. Chicago Tribune writer Bob Verdi said there was a humid haze hung over the ice, but Esposito refused to blame the rink's lack of air conditioning on the soft goal he gave up. He had a point, since Lamar's shot was nearly from the center line. The Canadiens never looked back and scored twice more to upset the Hawks and win 3-2 on Chicago's home ice. Since then, the Hawks have never been closer to winning the Cup as they were that day in 1971. That is, until tonight anyway. As painful as it was in 1971, Hawks fans who were still alive in 1992 had to be devastated at what happened next to Ed Belfour and Dominik Hasek. Incredibly, Eddie the Eagle Belfour and Dominik the Dominator Hasek were both on the Blackhawks at the same time. Two future Hall of Fame goalies were both on the Hawks, and yet the franchise still couldn't win a Stanley Cup with either netminder. Belfour was the starter during the brief Belfour-Hasek years. The Hawks made the 1992 Stanley Cup championship round with Belfour and Hasek both on the roster. It was also a Chicago team with Chris Chelios leading the defenseman, and forward Jeremy Roenick was on this Hawks team as well. Led by captain Dirk Graham, the Hawks went on a very impressive winning streak in the playoffs. After falling to a 2-1 series deficit to the St. Louis Blues, the Hawks won their next 3 games against the Blues, as well as back-to-back series sweeps against the Detroit Red Wings and the Edmonton Oilers. Just like that, 11 consecutive victories saw the Blackhawks 4 wins away from ending up as the last team standing. The only team in their proverbial way, the NHL's version of the Super Mario Brothers, otherwise known as Mario Lemieux and Jaromir Jagr. The Pittsburgh Penguins were the defending Cup champions, and after narrowly beating the Washington Capitals in Game 7 during Round 1, the Pens found their way in the finals thanks to winning 8 of their last 10 games. Hasek was probably Chicago's better goalie entering the playoffs, as the Dominator earned all rookie honors and went 10-4-1 during his 15 starts between the pipes. Between a contract holdout from Belfour and Crazy Eddie missing games this season due to personal reasons, Hasek was turning into a fan favorite, while Belfour was the more controversial choice at net. However, head coach and general manager Mike Keenan stuck with Belfour throughout the playoffs. He turned out to be the best goaltender in the postseason, not named Tom Barrasso. The problem is Barrasso plays for Pittsburgh, so it was up to Roenick and company to find consistent offense against the Eastern Conference's best goalie. It looked like the Hawks had the Pens right where they wanted them when they took a 4-1 lead during Game 1. But the hockey gods haven't liked Chicago since 1961. Whenever the Hawks can blow a postseason lead during crunch time, they like to do it. The Pens scored 4 unanswered goals on their home ice, including the game winner with just 13 seconds left in OT. A crushing 5-4 loss for the Hawks, and they never rebounded from it. It was a sweep for the Pens as the Penguins celebrated their championship victory.
Oh yeah. I should take the camera.
Where's Sam? Where's the varsity team?
Probably back in the locker room.
Oh, there they are.
You still got to warm up, too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think we're looking at maybe 110, 115.
Next, we would like to recognize number 6, Jonathan Espinoza. His mother Tessie, his father Richard, Grandma Maria, and Christian Espinoza. Next, we would like to recognize number 9, Tyler Mills, and his mother, Ellen Coleman, his father, Rich Mills, and his grandfather, Gene Coleman. Next, we would like to recognize number 10, Michael Brosnan, and his mom, Sherry, his father, Mike, and his grandfather, Butch. Next, we would like to recognize number 11, Keith Hoffman, his mom, Chrissy, his father, Keith, also alum of the class of 1995. Next, we would like to recognize number 14, Tyler Lemke. His mom, Andrea, his stepfather, Gary, his father, Brian Lemke. Next, we would like to recognize number 15, Nick Dustin, his mom, Krista, and his dad, Bob. Next, we would like to recognize number 16, Connor McNaughton, his mom, Shauna, and his dad, Marty,
46.
class of 1988.
What time is it? What time?
12, it's almost quarter to 1. We're going to be starting at 1:30.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Well, I'm glad I had a big one.
Next, we would like to recognize number 21, Trevor Wozni. He met by his mom, Crystal, his father, Eric Wozni Sr., and Anna Alicia. Next, we would like to recognize number 22, Liam Sawchuk, being met by his grandma Joan and his uncle Dan Doherty. Next, we would like to recognize number 23, Jack Fuller, his mom Mary, his father Tom, the class of 1989, and his grandmother Jiggy. And his brother Jake.
And they use their own play-by-play and color guys.
So you were doing what?
TD and field reporting.
Do you not like doing that?
I do when the announcers are good.
Okay.
Overall.
Yeah. It's always the announcer's fault. It's never the TD. It's never the camera
Watch the
operator.
broadcast, listen to it, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
I didn't have time today.
Not the entire thing.
And his father's
Watch and listen to snippets of it.
class of 1994.
You?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Bennett hires their own announcers.
are they not good?
Awful.
Are they young?
No, they're old guys.
Oh.
And they're just total Bennett homers, so every time like Bennett would give up a big play, it would just be silent. I'm like, dude, like...
Next, we'd like to recognize.
I'm sure that there's going to be times that Bennett's blowing out the opponent and they're doing a broadcast. It happens. You got to give credit where credit is due. And I mean, there's a million other things they're bad at. Like they thought I had to cue them every time. I'm like, dude, the kickoff's about to happen.
Next, we have
I want you to be
number
talking.
56.
No, I was calling a field hockey game yesterday. You didn't tune in?
You didn't send me the link.
Oh. I didn't know it was
I
thought
sent
you
you
were
the link on
supposed
Twitter
for what?
for these games. I did, yeah. In fact, I'll tag you again
No.
in case you forgot about it.
Well, I post on social media and it goes straight to Twitter and I give the game time and everything. If you're following me, you should be getting it.
Probably not following you. That's why.
Well, that's not on me.
These are facts.
I follow SBS.
Coming now, number 61, Ben McDermott.
I don't think I have Big Ten.
Back by his
Just
brother
Hulu.
Kenny and his
Just Hulu
father
TV on Big Ten
Mike
Network.
McDermott.
Say what?
I'm gonna follow you right now. That's cute.
Yeah, it's a good feature. It's the Iowa's head coach, her nephew.
Let's ride, baby.
It's my theme this year.
Did you do it before or after WrestleMania?
Next, we have number 66.
Before every tweet, he would say, "Let's ride."
I do my own thing. I wear leather. So that's why I say let's ride.
He doesn't do "Let's Ride"
I
anymore,
do
though.
something cheesy every year, but actually it comes full circle.
Yeah. Do you think I could fit into leather pants, or would it be another Ross Geller situation?
I don't. Hopefully it's only like, you know,
Number 67.
I could pull
shoulder
off.
up.
Yeah.
I don't even wear left
You think I
hands.
could pull off the Harley Davidson leather look?
I would only have to see some tournament.
Okay, we'll go shopping after the game.
Met by his mom, Robin, and his father, Paul Seelhammer.
I wonder where he got that last name from.
Seelhammer.
How is that appointed?
It's a good football.
How is that appointed?
Number 70, Mohammed Kennedy, and his mother, Nana Kamara, his dad, Abubakar, and his sister, Makoto Kennedy.
Only 11 viewers. Come on.
Well, it's got to get closer to
Well, it is.
Actually, yeah. It's supposed to be.
Next we have number 75, Giovanni Hernandez. Met by his mom, Stephanie Mendari.
I like the kid we talked to last week.
Now we have number 78, Patrick Christie. And his father, Greg, class of 1984, and Nana Nancy.
Golf clap. Around.
Last but not least,
So is Loyola really that good?
yeah.
So they'll win.
And they're
Are they your favorite to win the title?
Those two
The
teams are playing.
IHSA.
Mount Carmel and Loyola are playing
Met by
today.
his mom,
They dominate.
Both 8-0.
Watching the score on that during the broadcast?
We should maybe if we can find a way to. Should be.
So
They're probably.
Mount Carmel usually like their Twitter and stuff. I think.
How
Well,
did
is
Loyola
it at
do
Mount
last
Carmel
year?
or Loyola?
I'm not sure where it's at.
How did Loyola do last year?
They lost in like the semis or the quarters.
So do they have a
our
lot of
St.
respect?
Patrick High School alumni are
Well, it's just a
invited
powerhouse.
to join the alumni team.
And like
We're
it's
talking about
also.
Loyola Academy that's
Yeah.
on
That
96.
game is.
Yeah, I mean, from that.
They have a field hockey team.
Courtesy of Mike
Yep.
O'Neill and
That
West
game's at 1:30.
Financial.
So probably about the same time.
Faculty and staff, please
They've
visit
outscored
It's at,
opponents.
it's at Loyola.
Alright, it might be on the tube with you.
refreshments located near the north end zone. We want a special round of applause again for our seniors. Great group of guys.
Alright. Alright, enough of that. There's only one present-day Major League Baseball team to never advance to the World Series, and you guessed it, the unluckiest of those MLB franchises is the one and only Seattle Mariners. In case you believe in curses, Mariners fans like to blame the team's unlucky ways on the curse of the Seattle Pilots. If you didn't know, the Pilots were actually the first MLB team in the history of Seattle baseball, but because fans didn't come to the games, Bud Selig and his ownership group bought the Pilots for $10.8 million to bring the franchise to Milwaukee. The Milwaukee Brewers began operations in 1970, meaning the Pilots only lasted 1 year in Seattle. The Pilots filed for bankruptcy on April 1st, 1970, and since then, Mariners fans have been subjected to lackluster baseball. If you're a fan of superstitions, the legend goes that because enough fans didn't attend the Pilot home games, a curse was put on the Brewers and any franchise that would materialize in Seattle thereafter. Since the Pilots left in 1970, the Brewers and Mariners have only played in one combined World Series. Even though the Mariners won 116 regular season games in 2001, the M's still didn't advance to the World Series after having to face off against the New York Yankees during the American League Championship Series. Fans like to point to the curse, as the Pilots could have stayed in Seattle if there were more fans at the games. However, according to numerous reports, the situation at Sick's Stadium was so dire that fans couldn't even flush the toilets during home games. Sick's Stadium was reportedly called a pig pen by Oakland Athletics owner Chuck Finley, and the home of the Pilots only allowed 11,000 fans entering the 1969 season. Fans had every right to avoid attending Pilots games, especially since ticket prices for the Pilots were some of the highest in the league. Still, it's quite a coincidence that when the Mariners were 3 weeks away from playing in the 2001 American League Division Series, tragedy struck at the Twin Towers. Do I believe in curses? Absolutely not. But the Yankees were media darlings that October after what happened at the World Trade Center. The talk of baseball prior to September 11th was Ichiro Suzuki's incredible rookie season, and the Mariners looking to obtain the best regular season record in MLB history. But after 9/11, the Mariners were considered more of the indifferent Pacific Coast Ball Club than the rooting interests of fans. Bud Selig bought the Pilots, and since then, the Brewers have only played in one World Series. They've only won 5 division titles, and they've only played in the National League Championship Series twice since changing leagues in 1997. Did the baseball gods curse the Brewers for not allowing the Pilots enough time to establish a Seattle franchise? Time will only tell. For those of you who aren't superstitious, the reason for the Mariners' misfortunes have to do with crappy scouting, subsequent lowly draft selections, and overall player development. However, the history of low attendance continued with the early years of Mariners baseball. After the Commissioner's Office awarded Seattle another MLB franchise following the breach of contract lawsuit against the American League, the Mariners continue to have low attendance numbers, similar to the Pilots. The Mariners wouldn't have a winning season until 1991, and even when the ball club showed signs of winning, the M's traded away starting pitcher Bill Swift. Swift won the ERA crown in 1992 and finished third in Cy Young voting in 1993. Swift was traded to San Francisco following that 1991 winning season in Seattle. Things started to turn around during the early 90s once the new owner, Hiroshi Yamauchi, signed manager Lou Piniella. The Mariners would go on to win its first division title in 1995 and win its first postseason series. It was Seattle's first postseason appearance since the franchise began operations in 1977. In fact, if the Mariners hadn't won the 1995 American League West Division, the franchise could have easily left Seattle. The California Angels blew a 13-game lead over Seattle, and the Mariners defeated the Angels 9-1 in the one-game playoff for the AL West Division crown. But, as per the curse of the Seattle Pilots, the M's always find themselves just short of an American League pennant. The 95 ALCS featured 2 unlikely teams, the M's and the Cleveland Guardians. The Guardians, who hadn't won the pennant since 1954, were something of an underdog themselves. The 1995 season would be Seattle's third ever winning season, but they wouldn't play in the Fall Classic. The Indians/Guardians won the 1995 American League Championship Series 4-2, with the Mariners dumping their last 3 in the toilet. In fact, the Mariners went scoreless the last 15 innings of the ALCS. While the Mariners lost the Championship Series, it's still a season that many Seattle baseball fans remember fondly. Ken Griffey Jr.'s famous game-winning run in Game 5 of the Division Series against the Yankees inevitably led to the development of a video game, Ken Griffey Jr.'s winning run. Edgar Martinez's game-winning double from Game 5 was key in enticing the King County Council to vote on a stadium funding package to build the modern-day Safeco Field. With baseball now securely in Washington, the Mariners look to avenge its 1995 ALCS disappointment with a 1997 Fall Classic appearance. To do so, they need to first defeat the best record in the AL, the Baltimore Orioles. Incredibly, the Mariners were supposed to play the Indians, but due to the old rules of division foes not being allowed to play each other during the division series, the Mariners had to play against the best record in the American League, despite having a better record than Cleveland. Would the Mariners have fared better against Cleveland in a rematch from 1995? Who knows? Regardless, the M's lost the 1997 division series in 4 games. Randy Johnson was awful in the series, losing both games. The M's were even worse at home, as they lost games 1 and 2 by a combined score of 18-6. Seattle won Game 3 in Baltimore, but they only managed 2 hits at Camden Yards during Game 4, with one of those hits being a solo shot by Martinez. With basically no offense in Game 4, Randy Johnson gave up 2 runs in the bottom of the first inning, which turned out to be more than enough for the Orioles to eliminate the M's. Seattle would get back to the postseason in 2000, this time as the wildcard representative. In its first and still last ever postseason sweep, the Mariners surprisingly swept the number 1 seed in the White Sox to advance to its second ever ALCS. This time around, Derek Jeter and the Yankees achieved revenge against the Mariners. The M's fought hard, but the Yanks were just too much for Seattle. A 6-game playoff series win saw the Yankees eventually sweep the Mets for their 26th World Series title. The Yankees dominated the Mariners, as 3 of New York's wins were blowout victories. The Mariners pitching staff just could not contain the Yankees, which was really unsettling because A-Rod led the ALCS in total bases. Seattle once again took on the Yankees in 2001, this time without Alex Rodriguez. However, Ichiro Suzuki won the unfathomable Gold Glove, Silver Slugger, Rookie of the Year, and MVP awards all in the same season as Seattle's leadoff hitter. The 2001 ALCS turned out to be even worse than 2000. With everyone seemingly rooting for the Yankees due to the events of 9/11, the Yankees became the must-watch underdogs. Remember, the Mariners entered the playoffs as the #1 overall seed, but unlike the 1998 Yankees who won 114 games, the 2001 Mariners didn't have a superstar besides Ichiro. Brett Boone had a career year with 37 homers and 141 RBI, but could he continue that 6% home run probability into the postseason? The 116-win Mariners entered the ALCS with Ichiro on a hot streak. Ichiro batted .600 in the 5-game division series against the Guardians, but he couldn't continue that streak into the championship series, as Seattle's most valuable player only hit .222 in the 5-game ALCS. The Yanks easily took care of the Mariners 4-1. Aaron Seeley lost all 3 of his decisions in the 2001 postseason, including Game 5 at Yankee Stadium, where those damn Yankees destroyed the M's 12-3. Mariners legend Edgar Martinez was a non-factor against the Yanks, and fellow 2001 All-Star John Olerud didn't fare much better. Since 2001, the Mariners have not made the postseason. As if the baseball gods hate Mariners fans, the M's have been eliminated on the last day of the season in 2014 and 2021. The M's had the longest playoff drought in all the 4 American professional sports. One of the main reasons for this is the absolutely bizarre trade that was made in 2008. The Mariners somehow thought that Eric Bedard, who had never played an All-Star game, was their missing piece. They gave away their top prospects in Adam Jones, Chris Tillman, and 3 other players for Bedard. Jones became a 5-time All-Star outfielder and helped lead the Orioles back to prominence in the American League East Division. Tillman was a 2003 All-Star who was a major contributor during Baltimore's run in the 2014 postseason. Remember, the Mariners finished 1 win shy of a wild card berth in 2014, but they traded all 5 of those players to Baltimore for Bedard. Bedard finished his career with a losing record, an ERA just under 4, and only lasted 4 seasons in Seattle. Things have been so bad in Seattle that Ichiro broke George Sisler's single-season hit record during a losing season, and Felix Hernandez won the Cy Young with a losing Mariners ball club. So are the Mariners cursed? Well, it sure is weird that the Brewers have never won the World Series, and the Mariners have never appeared in the World Series. If the former Seattle Pilot players wanted to curse Milwaukee and Seattle, it sure is working. Finally, keep in mind that the big unit, A-Rod, Ken Griffey the Kid Jr., and Edgar Papi Martinez were all on the same team, and the Mariners still couldn't make the World Series in 1995 and 1997. Adding insult to injury, A-Rod and the big unit won the World Series once they left Seattle. But do you think that the Mariners are cursed? Why can't the Emerald City ever host a World Series game? Make sure to comment below and subscribe to Sports Broadcast Solutions.
won their first 6 games. But things started to unravel quickly.
Welcome to the Game Show, sponsored by Sports Broadcast Solutions. I'm on the campus of Triton College, and I'm joined by senior quarterback Nick Dustin. And while it's fresh in our mind, Nick, just coming off of the Senior Day celebration, so before we get started in today's matchup, how can you reflect on your 4-year career at St. Pat's?
There was a lot of ups and downs. I played here when there's COVID, so obviously that was a big deal. And the whole new coaching change for my junior to senior year was big, but I wouldn't change any of it. It's been a ride, but it's been a fun one so far.
And this is a team that really prides itself on the meaning of brotherhood among the team. What's going to be important in playing as a team today as you close out the regular season?
You know, we play in a hard league, and so if you want to win, you have to play together. And that's what our defense is based on, everyone getting at the guy. Our offense is based on, if someone's trying to run out, you got to go block someone, you got to go find someone. The play never ends for us. That's our mentality.
To remember Brother Conrad Debo, our teacher, our principal, our president, and our friend for over 40 years. Brother passed away last week, and we were lucky to be able to celebrate in his life as a school community. So I ask that we just have this moment of silence in remembrance of Brother Conrad Debo. Thank you very much. Let us remember we are in the holy presence of God. Strong and faithful God, as we come together for this contest, we ask you to bless these athletes. Keep them safe from injury and harm. Instill in them respect for each other and reward them for their perseverance. Lead us all to the rewards of your kingdom, where you live and reign forever and ever. Amen. St. Viator, pray for us. St. John Baptist de La Salle, lift Jesus in our hearts. Please remain standing as we play the national anthem.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. Let SBS broadcast your sporting event. We have experience and can generate excitement and permanent digital memories for your team.
Tonight. That time, finally a goal for the Stampede!
We have professional videographers using high-definition modern-day cameras, color analysts, and play-by-play announcers with state-of-the-art, Class C graphical scoreboards to keep you updated. Plus, we have commercials to advertise your team, club, or sponsor, and us. Plus, we do pregame and postgame interviews.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Postgame Show brought to you by Marion Central Catholic. My name's Kyle Smith, but my name doesn't matter. These young ladies matter. It's senior night as the Hurricanes win a battle down the stretch, 48-46.
Hi, I'm Carrie Kramer. I swim 50 breast, 50 free, and 100 back.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another production of Sports Broadcast Solutions. I'm Kyle Smith alongside Connor Klingen. Connor, it's win or go home. Winner goes to the playoffs, lose or go home.
Both of these teams vying for a playoff spot, so essentially what amounts to a playoff game today. If either team loses, their season's over. The winner of this game will head to the IHSA playoffs, and for St. Patrick, they're looking for a second straight year qualifying for the postseason. St. Viator deferred to the second half. They will kick off. Jake Van Boeven there to kick for the Lions.
He's a big boy, number one for St. Viator.
And he's their starting running back as well. So good athleticism. Van Boeven with a nice kick deep into the end zone, well over the head of Patrick Layton, and a touchback. And a good start for Jake Van Boeven. And we'll see the Shamrocks come out on offense first.
Yeah, Nicholas Dustin, he's struggled a little bit with the turnovers. You saw the stats provided by the St. Patrick Athletics Department. -4 turnover differential, partner. So for St. Pat's to win this game, they got to avoid that. They turn the ball over more than forcing the turnovers. They're probably going to lose this one.
Well, Nick Dustin, it is his senior day, and he knows the importance of this game. Mentioned when he talked with our Carol Lentz before this game, he grew up coming to games here, watching the Shamrocks football program, and he knows just how important a win would be today to clinch a second straight playoff appearance.
Anthony Holloway is going to be key, partner. They like to give it to Wozni, but if Holloway's healthy, that's going to really help lessen the load on Wozni today.
It'll be an empty backfield to start. They now send Wozni in motion across the formation. Pump fake, rolling out, and wide open, making the catch is Mikey Brosnan out across the 40-yard line, and a good start, but there is a flag down.
You always got to wonder, partner, why did he have so much time to throw?
Yeah, usually in that area we could be seeing holding or an illegal motion there. Legal man downfield for the Shamrocks, so it'll be first down and 15.
Can't have an illegal man downfield. No, gotta know your assignment. And if you're not a tight end and you were not allowed to be in motion before the play, it just can't happen.
So that'll move the Shamrocks back to their own 15-yard line. As Shamrocks offense averages just over 22 points per game under head coach Luke Mertens in his first season leading this St. Patrick program. 4 wide receivers out there for the Shamrocks. They give to Wozni right up the middle, and he gets through a couple of tacklers, squirts out to the 20, gets back to the original line of scrimmage.
He's tough to bring down, isn't he? He's not the tallest of foot, just 5'9", but he finds his way through the hole and gets you a couple more yards after contact.
So it'll be 2nd and 9 for the Shamrocks. Wozni has rushed for just shy of 730 yards this season. Dustin in the shotgun once again, and a man jumps over the line. Jaden Franzen offside, and that will give the Shamrocks 5 more yards, make it 2nd down and 5.
You know, it's so easy playing armchair defensive line. You always say, how do you jump offside? How do you not know the snap count? Sometimes, partner, you have a creative quarterback like Dustin saying red 45, blue 42. Sometimes it's hard to not jump offside.
Trips over to the left side of the formation for the Shamrocks. Dustin gives for Wozni up the middle, and he's able to pick up 3 yards, close to the first down marker, maybe 4. And the official on the near sideline is signaling that he did get first down yardage. The chains have not moved yet. So a little bit of a disagreement on the spot here. And they have moved it forward, first down Shamrocks.
Well, the original spot was the 29, then they moved it up to the 30. So the 30 is the first down marker. That's the final spot, and it's 1st and 10 coming up for the Shamrocks.
4 wide receivers once again for Dustin. And he'll give for Wozni. He's got a hole over to the far sideline using his speed, and he is out close to midfield.
Good run, great blocking. Extends it out to the left tackle. Left tackle does the rest, and Wozni with his speed gets some extra yards.
Yeah, with Kevin Ward, that left tackle, 6'4", 250 pounds. Good size on the left side of the line for the Shamrocks. 4 wide receivers. They give for Wozni up the middle, and he's able to pick up a couple.
Beautiful day for football, partner. Not a lot of wind. It's in the mid-70s today. The conditions are not going to be a factor.
You couldn't ask for much better in late October. 2nd down and 7 for the Shamrocks. Jaden Franzen with the tackle there for the Lions. As Dustin will give to Wozni, working the outside, past the 50 to the 40, inside the 30 and near the 25, and Trevor Wozni looking like a workhorse on this opening drive.
Yeah, he does not look tired at all, does he, partner? I know it's senior day and you want to put on a good show for the fans, but also, you know, make sure to not overuse him as they need him down the stretch.
1st and 10 at the 26. Here's Anthony Holloway. First time we've seen him, and he's stacked up, able to pick up maybe a yard there.
He's going to be an X factor, partner. We all know what Wozni can do, but is Holloway healthy enough to give them an extra boost in that running game, because Wozni can only do so much?
He's been able to break some long runs this year. It's a long of 31, but multiple runs of over 20 yards this season. Trips to the left side of the formation for the Shamrocks. And they give for Holloway up the middle. Not much doing there. Nice job by the St. Viator defense, as it'll now be a 3rd and 7.
3rd and 6 coming up. I would say play action, partner.
Well, we'll have to see. It looks like empty backfield for the Shamrocks. So 5 wide receivers. They do have Wozni split out to the right side of the formation. Dustin looking towards the middle, goes for Lemke, and it's broken up. Well done by Leo Izquierdo with the pass breakup to force a 4th down and 6. And it looks like a situation where the Shamrocks will be forced to go for it here.
Yeah, they weren't really trying out Schwab in pregame warm-ups past the 15-yard line of the original spot, so I agree with this decision, partner. In fact, if you feel confident in the speed of your wide receivers, you could run a screen here.
Wozni in the backfield along with Dustin. Looking to pass. Facing some pressure. Rolls out. And he's able to evade some tacklers near the 1st down. And he is short. Big time stop for the St. Viator defense, as Dustin showed some mobility there, but the Lions come up with the stop.
Good job by Dustin. He saw that it was not going to be an easy completion, rolls out to his left. When you do that, partner, it separates where you can throw. You don't want to throw across your body, so only to the left you want to make that throw. Nobody's open. At least he got a couple more yards to help out his defense. Knew he wasn't going to convert, but tried to do it with his legs, get the 1st down. Doesn't get it, but it makes it harder on the St. Viator team to go the other way for a touchdown.
So St. Viator will have 1st and 10 from their own 19-yard line. It is Cooper Komet starting at quarterback. They've alternated between Dolson and Komet, but it will be the sophomore starting today. And he gives for Van Boeven, and he is swallowed up in the backfield. Tackled for a loss. Good job by the St. Patrick defense.
That's Basant Davis on the tackle. Great job getting penetration. If they can do that today, partner, it's going to be tough on Komet.
Well done there by Gomez, and it'll be 2nd down and 10.
Friendly spot. I thought they lost yardage.
Komet takes the snap, rolling out, facing pressure, lofts it downfield, and in and out of the hands of Michael Nix. Would have been a really tough catch over near the sideline, but Nix is really that go-to receiver for the Lions. So now we'll see St. Viator with 3rd and 10, their own 19-yard line. Just under 8 minutes to play in this first quarter. A do-or-die game for these two teams, both sitting at 4-4.
Would like to see something out to the right, a quick pass.
Hoffman showing blitz. Now he backs off. Komet rolling right. Under pressure, and he is sacked. The ball came out. We'll see who has it. And
wow. Luckily to get that one
Komet
back.
was down.
Yeah.
Either that or St. Viator recovers, but they're going to be forced to punt. And that'll send Jack Fuller back deep for St. Patrick. Patrick Layden also back there for the Shamrocks.
That's not good quarterback play by Komet, partner. You got to know where the pressure is, and if you feel it, you got to tuck it and take the sack.
Michael Nix will punt from his own end zone. Low kick. Played by Fuller on a hop. He's out past the 45 on the sideline near the 40, and it'll be great starting field position for the Shamrocks on their second drive.
Pretty decent punt. You would have liked to see a little bit more hang time on it. Line drive kick easily played by Fuller. Good field position right now for the Shamrocks.
1st and 10 at the 40 of St. Viator. Nick Dustin and company trot out onto the field. Saw a lot of Trevor Wozni on that first drive. Wouldn't be surprised if they go right back to him out of the pistol here for St. Patrick. And they do indeed give to Wozni on the left side, and he is tackled for a loss. What a job by Andrew McKenna. A defensive tackle making a big-time play in the backfield.
Yeah, that's on the offensive line. You got to give some push up front for your tailback. When that happens, unless he's Barry Sanders, that's going to be a tackle for loss every time.
It'll be 2nd and 13 for the Shamrocks. Empty backfield for Dustin. And they go out with a quick screen pass. That may have been in the backfield. They rule it incomplete.
Close
looking
call
for Gavin Fitzgerald.
Yeah, close call, partner. I'm in agreement with you. I think that was behind, but a break for St. Patrick is the wide receiver for St. Pat's, and Fitzgerald was not ready to go get that in case it was behind him.
Yeah, the St. Viator coaching staff was yelling on their team to get to that ball, but it was just ruled incomplete. So it'll be 3rd and 13 for the Shamrocks. Trips to the right of the formation. They send Wozni in motion. They go a swing pass to Wozni, working that right side, and he runs into a gang of tacklers for St. Viator. Only able to pick up about 3 on the play, forcing a 4th and long.
Not too sure about that play call right there by Luke Mertens. If you're going to do that, partner, that's more of a flea flicker type of look. 3rd and 13. Not too sure why you do a swing pass with that much yardage to gain.
So now you're at the 42-yard line, but a 4th and long, and the offense staying on the field for the Shamrocks.
Yeah, this might be a pooch punt. I would be shocked if they went for it.
4 wide receivers, Wozni in the formation. And they will go for it. Dustin looking downfield. He's got a man. Bronson makes the catch, and he's out to the 20. What a huge gamble for the Shamrocks, but it pays off with a first down.
Sometimes, partner, on plays like that, when the defense is like, they're not going for it, are they? They're not going for it, are they? And then you get into a spot where you're not ready to make a play, and a wide-open receiver in Brosnan, first down St. Patrick.
1st and 10 from the 21. Dustin gives up the middle. Wozni stacked up at the line, maybe able to pick up about a yard on the play.
Wozni's carry on the play. Brought down by number 14.
Futrong made the tackle there for the Lions. It'll be 2nd and 9 for St. Patrick. Just over 5 minutes left in this first quarter.
You'd like to get at least 5 more yards for Schwab's kicking distance.
Dustin looking right, pump fakes, facing pressure, and just has to get rid of it. Alec Daniels on the pursuit there from St. Viator, and he put a good hit on Dustin. Kyle, who do you think the Shamrocks look to on 3rd and 9?
I'd say Brosnan. You got to be careful here, though, partner. You got to find ways to put points on the board. I know you want 6, but from what we saw in that opening drive from St. Viator, I was not impressed by Komet in the offense. Put 3 on the board, make St. Viator answer.
3rd and 9 from the 20. Dustin, little speed option and the shovel pass to Fuller, and he gets past the 15, making a 4th and short. On about the 13-yard line. It'll be 4th and 2 from the 12.
Here's what I would do, partner. I would try to draw them offside with a hard count and then kick the field goal. You don't want to be a spot and give St. Viator any type of momentum by not getting this first down.
Well, it looks like right now the Shamrocks are going for it. Dustin with that hard count. The Lions don't jump. High snap. They give for Wozni, and he's able to pick up first down yardage.
Well, that's why they're paid the big bucks, and I'm just a broadcaster. But you got to give the credit to the offensive line. Great push up front, and they get the guard pull that they were looking for. First down, Shamrocks.
So 1st and goal for St. Patrick at the 9-yard line. They give for Wozni up the middle, and he's able to get inside the 5.
Wozni on the carry inside the 5-yard line.
So now 2nd and goal from the 5. Have to imagine they might go right back for Wozni here.
You know, I would consider a quarterback draw if you feel confident in your guards.
Man comes in motion. They give for Wozni up the middle, and he's able to pick up a couple more yards out to the 3-yard line.
He's impressive to watch. Reminds me a little bit of Darren Sproles. Just fearless, takes the ball, goes right into contact every time.
Let's hear it, Shamrock fans.
Bring in a couple more big bodies. Jack Clancy in at fullback. And now we'll see a timeout called. St. Viator maybe not prepared for that heavy formation the Shamrocks were bringing out there. Wanted to give it another look.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about calling a timeout there. Would have liked to save them for the second quarter. 3rd and goal at the 3. You could maybe get a stop, but even if you do, partner, anything of 2 yards or more, they're going to go for it anyway. So would have liked to save that timeout, but it is a big point of the game. You call a timeout, try to make sure they don't score.
Well, we've seen St. Patrick really out of the spread the entire game. They bring in, heavy I formation. St. Viator maybe wanted to get some bigger bodies on the field themselves, and we'll see how St. Patrick adjusts offensively.
3rd and goal at the 3, Connor. I'm thinking a screen pass. How about you?
I think they might go with 2 downs to work with. Maybe you try to get it for Cincino with a fade in the end zone, but they have that I formation out there. H-back in there as well as a fullback, and they're going to give for Wozni, and he is stopped.
Yeah, that's too many times running I formation. Easy look for Viator. No, it wasn't going to be a play action. I mean, you've gone for it every time on this drive. I'd be shocked if now you kick it, but didn't get much. 4th and goal at the 4. You would think they would kick, but I've been wrong before. So
he lost a couple, and St. Patrick will go for it. Big moment in this game. 4th and goal from the 4-yard line.
Half the distance to the goal if you draw them offside.
Dustin rolling right. He's going to run it, trying himself. He dives for the pylon. Did he get there? Yes, he did. Touchdown, St. Patrick. It's 6-0.
Wow. The athleticism on full display there. What a play by the young quarterback in Dustin on senior day. That's a play, partner. You got to be careful. You're going all out for the touchdown. Remember, if it goes out of bounds, it's a touchback. 1st and 10 at the 20 for St. Viator. Dustin knew that. Good job maintaining possession to touch the pylon.
4th rushing touchdown of the season for Dustin. Mikey Schwab on for the extra point. Kick is up, and it is straight through 7-0 Shamrocks. Some gutsy fourth down plays on that drive for the Shamrocks to take the lead.
Yeah, that was impressive, partner. They go for it, 3 times on that drive on fourth down. It's like Madden football, right? If you're playing Madden, you always go for it on fourth down. That's been St. Pat's thus far in the game. 7-0 St. Pat's. We'll take a 30-second break. You're watching the Lions against the Shamrocks here on SBS.
Missing your child's sporting event just plain stinks. But you don't have to worry about that anymore, thanks to Sports Broadcast Solutions. SBS is a live broadcasting network, as well as covering your on-demand needs, recruiting videos, highlight reels, and much, much more. We can broadcast live to any website, and we also post as much on-demand content as you need. For more information about SBS, check out our website at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone.
That was fun to watch. St. Pat scores on their second drive of the game. Kyle Smith alongside Connor Klingon. And Connor, if that's going to continue to be the case for St. Pat, it's going to be a tough day for St. Viator to answer.
Well, give credit to this coaching staff for the Shamrocks. They were bold, and it paid off, including converting a 4th and 12. And now they go with an onside kick. It's recovered by St. Viator.
I've seen that a lot this year, partner, and I don't understand why. You just scored a touchdown. Schwab's a decent kicker. Now you're giving the young quarterback decent field position. I don't like it. I understand you want to have as many possessions as possible, minimize their possessions, but there's a time for a place for it, not when you're up 7-0.
So great field position for St. Viator. And Cooper Komet, the sophomore quarterback. And yes, of course, if you recognize the name, he is the younger brother of Cole Komet of the Chicago Bears, who played at St. Viator as well. They send Camblin, the tight end, in motion. Komet rolling right. Sets his feet, fires deep downfield. He's got a man there. What a catch by Michael Nix. And he is inside the 3-yard line, down at the 1.
Wow. That's what happens when you give up good field position like that. All it takes is one big play to allow St. Viator to tie the score. And now St. Pat's are on their heels right at the goal line.
What a throw by Cooper Komet. The sophomore has got a cannon.
Yeah,
he hits Nix in stride, setting up the Lions at the 1-yard line.
First and goal at the 2. If you run shotgun, probably going to be a quick pass. If you go under center, you could do 2 quarterback sneaks.
I formation. Komet, fullback dive, touchdown, St. Viator.
Wow. That's exactly what St. Viator needed right after giving up that opening drive, second drive to St. Pat's. And now they're an extra point away from tying the game. I still question that onside kick. Cooper wasn't showing you much in that opening drive. Now he has all the confidence in the world on that 40-plus completion.
Jaden Franzen coming in there as the fullback for the Lions, and what a response for St. Viator. And we'll see if they can hit the extra point. Kick is up, and it is good. We are knotted up at 7.
That makes the score St. Patrick 7, St. Viator.
Gabe Glod's hitting the extra point.
We'll take a quick break. You're watching the Lions against the Shamrocks here on SBS.
This is Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone. Check us out at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com and become part of the digital sporting world.
Back to the action at Triton College, home of the Shamrocks today, between the Lions and the Shamrocks. Well, we saw an onside kick the last time the Shamrocks kicked it. I'd be shocked if Viator kicked a partner, but at this point, I think I'm short of being shocked the rest of the day. I've seen a lot of interesting stuff today.
A lot of fourth down conversions, an onside kick, but Jake Van Boeven out to kick off for St. Viator. Patrick Layden, Anthony Holloway deep for the Shamrocks. Layden will return this from his 3. Great coverage by St. Viator, and they stop him short of the 20-yard line.
Yeah, no choice but to return that, as it did not go into the end zone, and very good kick coverage that time by the Lions. Now it's up for Nick Dustin to do it again. Remember, you're going to have to find any kind of way to put points on the board. You got to have confidence in your defense. If you go for it on fourth down all day long, what does that say into your kicker? Would the kicker start to think in Matt Schwab, well, I don't know if he really feels confident in me kicking kicks. You know, that's something to think about down the stretch for the Shamrocks.
1st and 10, just a hair shy of the 20-yard line for the Shamrocks. 4 wide receivers out there for Nick Dustin. Looking to pass, goes out for Brosnan, and he makes a couple of moves close to the 30-yard line. Pulled out of bounds at the 28. So it'll be 2nd and 2 for the Shamrocks.
Yeah, good completion. That's really the essence of what makes Nicholas Dustin a successful quarterback. Quick throws, reading the defense, and knowing his progressions.
They give for Wozni, and he's got enough for a first down. Under a minute to go in this first quarter. 7-7 game. Again, a do-or-die contest for both of these teams at 4-4, trying to clinch their spot in the IHSA playoffs.
St. Pat's was 4-2.
Dustin fakes for Wozni, and he's able to pick up just about a yard on the keeper.
You ever seen the movie Little Giants?
Of course. It's a classic.
I always think of every time it's 2nd and 9, I always think how crazy the fans go when the when the Giants
they
finally
gained the yard.
They gained a yard.
Well, the Shamrocks looking to gain more than that. Dustin in the shotgun again, looks to the sideline. 10 seconds left in the quarter. And there's movement. See which way it's called. It's a false start. That'll move the Shamrocks back 5 yards, making it 2nd and 14.
Got to know the snap count. Got to know what the quarterback's usually going to run. Now, not everything's going to be in rhythm. He's going to change what he says, but they do this a lot in practice where you should always know when the quarterback's finally going to snap that ball. False starts are a killer for St. Pat's in a situation like that.
3 seconds left. This will be the final play of the first quarter. Dustin looking to pass over the middle. Brosnan makes the catch, and he's close to the 40-yard line. Nice toss there from Dustin to end the first quarter in a 7-7 tie.
Yeah, nice completion over to Brosnan, right in stride, and Viator doesn't have a lot of answers for St. Pat's on those 3rd and long or 4th and short plays. We'll take a break. Second quarter coming up next. You're watching the Shamrocks against the Lions here on SBS.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. For those of you who would like to broadcast or live stream your event, or maybe make a highlight tape but would like a sponsor to fund the event, SBS has a myriad of ways to advertise your sponsor during our broadcasts. We have commercials. We have on-air reads by the announcers.
Albatross Physical Therapy and Wellness specializes in pain-free.
We have graphics, and we have watermarks. Finally, Sports Broadcast Solutions can create a commercial for you or your sponsor. Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world.
Back to the action at Triton College. Kyle Smith alongside Connor Klingen, Kara Lentz on videography duties. 1st and 10 coming up from the Shamrocks. That was a nice completion from Dustin over to Brosnan.
Well, it's actually a 3rd and 4 here.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
As Brosnan was short there. All 3 wide receivers over to the left for the Shamrocks. Dustin keeps it himself up the middle, and he looks short. Nice job by the St. Viator defense, and once again, decision time for St. Patrick.
Well,
head coach Luke Mertens.
I've wanted them to do the hard count a couple of times in this game. This would be an excellent time to do it. Only a yard. I just don't know if you want to go for it again to give great position to Komet.
Have to think they'll look to Wozni, and they do give to Wozni, and he is able to, we'll see based on the spot, and it is a first down. Just able to get there with the forward progress. He fell back on the tackle, but he had already picked up the forward progress to get the first down.
Yeah, that's just so tough for the high school officials without replay and without the advanced technology that college and NFL broadcasts have to know if he was, there or short.
1st and 10 from the 42. They give to Wozni, trying to find some room, and nothing doing there. Well stacked up there. Andrew McKenna making the play. Been impressed by McKenna in the middle part of that defensive line for St. Viator.
Yeah, he's got good mechanics, gets low, wraps up around the knees. Hard to break through his tackles.
Empty backfield now for Dustin on 2nd and 9. They send Holloway in motion, give it to him on a jet sweep. Trying to find the edge, but he is smacked down in the backfield. Patrick Bauer closing with speed. The Lions linebacker making a big-time play.
There's a reason why a lot of NFL teams don't use jet sweeps, because it relies so much on your tackles and speed of your tailbacks. If your tailback is just a half an inch or half a second too slow, it allows those linebackers to gang tackle like that.
It'll be 3rd and 13 from the 40 for the Shamrocks.
Obvious passing situation.
Dustin rolling out. Flag is thrown. Fired downfield near the sideline. Looks like it was out of bounds. Probably won't matter anyway because there's a holding call most likely coming here.
Partner, I would consider accepting it, pinning St. Patrick back, because you don't think they're going to convert on 3rd and 23, and maybe you put St. Patrick in a position where you could sack or maybe get even more yardage backwards on a punt.
This holding. Penalty is declined, forcing a 4th and long, and St. Patrick's will come out to punt.
Yeah,
playing it safe there for Dave Archibald. Just make sure you get the 4th down and force St. Patrick.
Nothing wrong with accepting it. I just haven't seen a lot from Dustin. Maybe you get in a situation, he tries to pass it again on 3rd and 23, you get a sack, maybe an interception, or maybe it's just 4th and 23 and it's closer on the punt to get more yardage.
Mikey Schaub on to punt. Michael Nix back to return for St. Viator. Nice punt there from Schaub. It's over the head of Nix. He's able to make the catch inside his 20. Over near the sideline, he does get past the 30 and out near the 35 where St. Viator will take over.
That was just excellent fundamentals by Michael Schwab. So hard to read that punt. You saw the spin action on that ball, forcing the punt returner in a bad spot where he's got to catch it over the shoulder, leading to not a good return for the Lions.
Well, good job, though, by Nix to at least make something out of nothing, getting out to the 33, where it'll be 1st and 10 for St. Viator. We saw the impressive arm of Cooper Komet on that last drive. We'll see if they air it out again here.
Yeah, I would like to do a couple of runs, or if you're going to pass it, just some quick passes. But yeah, the confidence is definitely there now for Komet after that big pass on the last possession.
3 men move in motion for the Lions. Komet gives it over on a sweep for Van Boeven, and he's able to pick up 5 yards on 1st down.
Yeah, good little run that time for the big number 1, and it leads to 2nd and 5.
Well, this offense has really bounced back after a first drive. They couldn't get anything going against St. Patrick. Last drive, 1 quick toss and then a fullback dive for a touchdown and a good start on 1st down.
And you got to question that onside kick. Viator didn't seem to have any confidence on their opening drive, and then they get good field position on that onside kick.
Komet. Quick toss for Nix, and he dives forward for a 1st down.
Good pitch and catch. You know, playing quarterback is very tough, but sometimes it can get simplified when you have confidence in your wide receiver and your wide receiver can get separation quickly. Easy pitch and catch for the first down.
So 1st and 10 for the Lions at their own 44. You said it, Kyle. This offense really seems to have gained some confidence, and that onside kick could be viewed as the turning point of this matchup, but still a lot of time to go with 9.5 minutes left in the first half. Komet with Van Boeven in the backfield with him. And they give for Van Boeven. He is swallowed up in the backfield.
Really, partner, it looks like this game's going to be which quarterback is better, because both defensive lines are getting instant penetration on running games. It's going to be up to either quarterback. Who is better in the shotgun? Who can get the ball out quicker to the wide receivers?
A loss of 4 on first down.
It's looking like it's going to be an old quarterback duel.
We'll see what Komet does on 2nd and 13. Rolling out to his right, steps up. And the pass complete there to Nicky Pastor. This will set up a 3rd down and 7.
Good job not panicking there, taking the extra second to look at his third progression. Younger quarterbacks would have been obliged to take the sack there, which isn't a terrible decision, but if you take the extra second to look downfield, you got a wide receiver. That's what Komet did on that play.
Komet trots back from the sideline.
One of these days, partner, we're going to have high school quarterbacks with the headset, but this is not one of those days.
They still don't even have it in college yet.
No, they don't.
They send Camblin in motion. Give for Van Boeven, and he is swallowed up immediately. Mikey Schwab making the stop in the backfield. Huge play on 3rd down, forcing St. Viator into a punt.
Well, we've questioned St. Patrick's play calling, and what's fair is fair, right? I'm not too sure. You've seen some good things from Komet, why he would run the ball there on 3rd and 7. I've seen enough from Komet that I'd feel confident maybe a comeback route or a post route to try to get that first down.
So Michael Nix will be on to punt.
Nothing is ever guaranteed in high school football, partner, when it comes to punting.
No question about that. And it's a low snap, nearly blocked, but Nick's able to get it away. Everyone's got to stay away. It takes a St. Patrick bounce close near the 45-yard line. So not much gained on that punt for St. Viator.
Yeah, the punt game. In high school football, you put so much emphasis on running the ball and your pass formations. Not every high school team has the punter, first of all. Second of all, they don't do a lot of practice with punts. And sometimes you have situations like that where it's a low punt, easy to block, hard for the punter to grab it and kick it. Punts are never a guarantee in the high school game.
And that was certainly an unfortunate bounce for the Lions, and we'll see if St. Patrick can take advantage. 1st and 10 from their own 44-yard line. Empty backfield. Now Wozni joins Dustin in the backfield for the Shamrocks. And they will give right up the gut for Wozni. Able to pick up a couple of yards on 1st down.
Yeah, good little run. I wish that spread offenses would do a little bit more under center, and I get why they don't do it because they're so used to being under shotgun in practice, but it does make it harder on your running back sometimes with that extra half second to get through the line.
St. Viator showing blitz. They give for Wozni. He's able to get past the line of scrimmage, pick up a couple more yards, and sets up a 3rd down and about 6. Check that 3rd and 5 from the 49-yard line for the Shamrocks.
Need to get a couple more yards to consider going for it on 4th down. You've seen the ability with Dustin to get outside the pocket and run for it. If you can get a good push up front, that would give Dustin enough time to run for the 1st down.
Key 3rd and 5. They fake to Wozni. Dustin able to pick up a couple more yards. So, brings up a 4th and short. Situation where Luke Mertens has gone for it, and it looks like they'll go for it once again on 4th and 1.
Well, I mean, that's really been the identity of this team all season long. They like going for it. Even though Schwab's a good punter, you're past the 50-yard line, you feel confident in your offensive line.
Dustin gives for Wozni, and Wozni with a good burst to get through and pick up the first down.
Wozni gets credit for the first down, but really the credit should go to the push up front, especially the center and Patrick Brisky. Great push up front from the defensive tackle. That made it so easy for Wozni to pick up that first down.
Yeah, there's good size on this St. Patrick offensive line. For a high school offensive line, you mentioned Briskley at center, 250 pounds. Kevin Ward also at 250 at left tackle. Empty backfield here for Dustin. Looking downfield, now steps up, fires near the sideline and overthrows Bronson.
If you're wondering why Dustin did not complete that pass. First of all, it's such a tough throw. You're running over to your right. You're off balance. In the NFL, that's why they're paid the big money. That's why they make those throws. This is high school football. It's so hard to complete that pass. Plus, you're trying to throw a spiral at the same time. That being said, next time, unless Dustin feels really confident in it, and he's been working on that in practice, I would have liked to see him run 5 yards for the second and manageable.
It will be 2nd down and 10 with about 5 minutes to go in this first half. 7-7 ball game. Dustin over to the right side. He's got Brosnan there. Makes the catch, able to pick up about 6 yards on 2nd down.
Yeah. You don't have to get it all back on 2nd and 10. Just get something that'll be third manageable.
3rd down and 4 from the 39 for the Shamrocks. Holloway in the backfield with Dustin. They have trips to the left of the formation. Dustin gives for Holloway. Using that left side, plenty of speed, a big hole, and he is heading for the end zone. Touchdown, Shamrocks.
Partner, that might have also been a horse collar, and that's still a flag. Even though we got the touchdown, the 15 yards would have been on the kick against St. Viator. We'll see if that impacts St. Viator's drive because there was no flag called. But a touchdown regardless for St. Pat's, and that was a good piece of running there by Holloway.
Big time run by Anthony Holloway, his longest of the season. Make it 13-7 St. Pat's. Mikey Schaub on for the extra point.
Well, we talked about how punts are never a certainty in high school football. Extra points, never a certainty, but this guy, Michael Schwab, is about as perfect as when it comes to extra points.
Well, he just got it over. Kyle, I thought the broadcaster's jinx was coming for you, but he's able to get it over the crossbar. It's 14-7.
No, Michael likes me. He wouldn't want to do that to me on the broadcast like that. Extra points good. It's 14-7 thanks to a 39-yard touchdown by Holloway. We'll take a break. You're watching the Shamrocks against the Lions here on Sports Broadcast Solutions.
Missing your child's sporting event just plain stinks. But you don't have to worry about that anymore, thanks to Sports Broadcast Solutions. SBS is a live broadcasting network, as well as covering your on-demand needs, recruiting videos, highlight reels, and much, much more. We can broadcast live to any website, and we also post as much on-demand content as you need. For more information about SBS, check out our website at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone.
It's 14-7 Shamrocks here on SBS, a broadcasting network for everyone. Hope you're enjoying the action. If you like what you saw, just go to our website at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com.
Mikey Schwab preparing for the kickoff as St. Patrick has taken a 14-7 lead on that 39-yard score by Holloway. Good kick from Schwab, and that will result in a touchback out of the end zone. St. Viator will start at their own 20-yard line.
Yep, good kick by Schwab. I mean, he's going to be key today. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him have to kick a game-winning field goal down the stretch. That was a really nice kick on that kickoff. Parter, did you think it was a horse collar? Because I certainly thought it was.
That was an awkward-looking tackle. It might have been that he got him by the back of the shoulder pad but didn't quite get the hand inside.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, too, as you said, when it's a scoring play, a lot of times they're less likely to call that at the end of the action.
Because technically when you cross the goal line, the play is dead, but you're also not supposed to do unsportsmanlike conduct either.
Pastor comes in motion, takes the jet sweep. He's trying to just get anything, maybe a yard.
It's up to the kid in Komet to get this team to the playoffs because the running game is just not working to the Lions. You're only down 7, so don't abandon it, obviously, but you're going to have to get more creative. The jet sweeps aren't working, so maybe some misdirections, maybe some pitch plays out to the right. Then again, if you're going to do pitch plays, you got to feel confident your guards are going to get out there quick and they can pull.
It'll be 2nd down and 8 for St. Viator. Van Boeven in the backfield with Komet. They send Camblin in motion across the formation. Komet rolling out, and he goes for Camblin, and he is a big tight end. He's near the first down marker.
Yeah, good decision. Tight ends are just a quarterback's best friend because they can always be that security blanket out in the flat like that. Good pass out by Komet. 3rd and manageable, probably going to be a fullback dive.
Yeah, I'd imagine Cooper Komet likes going to the tight end. Maybe got some practice with his older brother out in the backyard.
You might know a thing or two about tight ends.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Lions at their own 30-yard line. About 3.5 minutes to go in this first half.
They're just so important to have. I remember when Bubba Franks for the Packers would kill the Bears on those play-action boots from Favre.
That's going way back.
Yeah.
1st and 10. Camblin in motion. They give for Van Boeven. And he is stacked up, maybe got a yard on the play. Good job by the middle of that defensive line for St. Pat's. Keith Hoffman coming up from the linebacker spot got involved as well.
I keep forgetting how old I am. There's probably kids watching this broadcast who have no idea who Bubba Franks is.
I remember him. Caught the end of that era.
You did. Favre was so good, though. I mean, he could make anybody good. He would throw people open.
Something about those Packer quarterbacks.
Right, yeah.
Under 3 minutes to go. 2nd and 8 here for Komet. They fake the speed option, a screen pass over for Pastor, and he spins his way forward, making it a 3rd and manageable.
Good job running straight up with it. Didn't be too cute with it as the wide receiver, and puts his quarterback in a spot for a 3rd manageable.
3rd and 3 for the Lions at their own 37. With just over 2 minutes to go in this second quarter.
I think you've seen enough from these guards, enough time for Komet if you want to roll out for the option play, but I think they're going to pass it again.
They fake the give. They throw over the middle for Camblin, incomplete. They had the matchup they wanted with Camblin over the middle, but Komet just a little bit too much on that pass.
Yeah, I still would have liked to seen a little bit better route, but yeah, that was really on Komet, though. You got to get that more in stride, more on target.
Now a big 4th and 3. Offense on the field for St. Viator with under 2 minutes to play in the first half. Key moment in this ball game. They may be just trying to draw St. Pat's offside here.
They've got 2 timeouts, so they could do that.
And they do take a timeout. We'll see if they stick with the decision to go for it on 4th down.
We'll find out after this. You're watching the Lions against the Shamrocks here on SBS.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. For those of you that just want raw footage of your sporting event, but no play-by-play or color commentary, you just need us to live stream video from the event over the internet. We will live stream your event on YouTube on our Sports Broadcast Solutions channel. In addition, we also have a dedicated channel on YouTube for live streaming at SBS Livestream. And if you need multiple channels, we can utilize Facebook Livestream and Instagram Live on our channel as well. Options include commercials from your sponsors, professional scoreboard graphics are still available, and of course, yes, pre- and post-game interviews are available as an option if you want.
We've been working really hard this whole summer and stuff.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world. This is Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone. Check us out at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com and become part of the digital sporting world.
Well, fourth down coming up, partner. Looks like they're going to punt.
After the timeout, they were just trying to draw St. Pat's offside. Shamrocks didn't jump. So Nick's on to punt, and there is time for the Shamrocks. Especially with the field position they could get here. We'll see if Nix is able to come away with a good punt. And it's a fake, or at least it looked like initially, just rolled out, and then this goes to about midfield. Once again, a fairly short punt there and great field position for St. Pat's.
Yeah, he was kind of in in-between land there. Do I fake it or do I do the rugby-style punt? I think he thought that he was going to have more time for the rugby-style punt. Then the pressure came, and he kind of panicked and then just did that late kick. If you're going to do the rugby-style punt, that's fine, but you got to run really quick to punt it.
So the ball at midfield, minute and 47 for the Shamrocks. Plenty of time.
All three timeouts, too.
Dustin. Screen pass for Wozni. And he's able to just pick up 3 yards on first down. Minute and a half to go. Hurry up offense for the Shamrocks.
Remember, it stops on a first down briefly, does the clock.
Empty backfield now for Dustin. Stepping up in the pocket, rolling out to his right. He'll run with it over near the sideline. That will stop the clock as he picks up a couple more yards.
Yeah, that's heads-up play by your quarterback, knowing where the sideline is, helping out your offense.
3rd and 4 with a minute and 18 seconds to go in this first half.
All you need is a first down, partner, because it stops the clock. No need to spike once you get the first down, and you probably don't want to call any timeouts until it gets under a minute to play.
Send a man in motion. They fake for Wozni. And the catch is made there by Lemke, and he's able to pick up the first down out past the 30-yard line.
Heads-up play by Lemke. Knowing where his quarterback was, where he was going to throw the ball, he caught it in stride and did not go out of bounds because he knows that the clock stops anyways with a first down.
1st and 10 from the 30, 1:12 to go. And as you mentioned, Kyle, big time that the clock stopped getting out of bounds there and picking up the first down.
Yeah, but he knew that it was going to stop anyways on that first
Dustin
down.
looking for the end zone. Cincino had his hands on it, but unable to come away with it. What a catch that would have been. High degree of difficulty there for Cincino. Great throw from Dustin, but it falls incomplete.
Yeah, good throw. Cincino maybe mistracked the ball a little bit, but, well, you got enough time to get another first down.
Now 2nd and 10 from the 30. They give for Wozni, working the right side, has some room, close to the first down marker. Maybe a yard short, and St. Pat's will call a timeout to stop the clock with 56 seconds left in the half.
Got to be careful, too, about those timeouts. You don't want to give the ball back to St. Viator if you can avoid it. We'll stick with the action here. It's 14-7 in favor of St. Pat's. As you can see, the beautiful trees. This is the Triton Botanical.
I don't think you could ask for a better day for football. Late October, over 70 degrees.
I wish Chicago weather would make up its mind. Is it going to be cold in October, or is it going to be warm? It just keeps going back and forth.
It has been doing that quite a bit this year. But we'll take it today. Just a beautiful day at Triton College.
We appreciate you watching today's broadcast. The text line's open. Your favorite high school, college, or NFL memory. Just text 330-957-7653.
3rd and 1 for St. Pat's. 56 seconds in the half. They send Lemke in motion. They give for Holloway, and he has enough for the first down and a couple more yards as well. Clock will stop with the first down. And now they'll start it again as the chains have moved. Under 50 seconds to go in the half. Dustin rolling out to his left, looking towards the end zone. Now he'll look to run with it, and he is stopped. Well done there by Fu Truong. Reading that play there, seeing Dustin was going to run with it, and it forces St. Pat's to take their second timeout.
Got to be careful here if you're St. Pat's. Obviously, don't throw an interception. No need to throw it into a tight window. You're within Schwab's field goal range. You don't want to be too conservative with it, but at the same time, no need to force anything because you'd much rather be up 17-7 than 14-7.
36 seconds left in the half. One timeout left for the Shamrocks.
This is the time when champions come to shine, partner. Can you make a big catch, give your team a first down? First things first, got to catch the ball. Any kind of tip drill is most likely going to be an interception for the Lions.
Empty backfield for St. Pat's. Four wide receivers to the right of Dustin. Cincino at the bottom of your screen. Dustin steps up for the end zone, and it goes just off the outstretched hand of Tyler Lemke.
Good route, though. Good decision. Post route. Saw the safety was cheating in a little bit. Had an opportunity for a touchdown. Just wasn't in stride.
So 3rd and 7, 32 seconds left in the half. Still one timeout for the Shamrocks. Now, they've been going for the end zone, but I think here they might want to just get a play, try to pick up the first down, and then give themselves a few shots at the end zone after that.
Yeah, maybe get it to Holloway in space, see if he can run for the first down. If you want to go for it on 4th down, you could call a timeout as well.
Dustin takes the snap, rolling out to the right, under pressure. Now goes back left. Throws for the end zone, incomplete. Trying to find Gavin Fitzgerald there. And that'll make it 4th down. Good coverage there.
Interesting call now, 4th and 7. Usually the holder is about 7 yards back from the line of scrimmage. As we will take
you're looking at about a 34-yard field goal, and Mikey Schwab, as you said, Kyle, he's been a pretty consistent kicker this year, but his last extra point just got over the crossbar, so it might be a situation where you'd be more inclined to go for it if you're head coach Luke Mertens.
It's so different, though, to be up 2 scores. Even if St. Viator gets the ball back in the second half scores, you're still up by 3. To not kick and to go for it and not get the first, St. Viator, you think, would just take a knee, right? They're only down 7. After everything good that St. Pat's has done in this first half, you're only up a touchdown at a PAT. That's almost demoralizing in a sense going into the locker room, I would feel. The problem is, too, though, if
the decision is.
The problem is, two-parter, though, if you kick, a million bad things could happen. It could get blocked. You could miss the kick. It could be a bad snap.
Well, it looks like they will kick it as Schwab comes out onto the field. Colin Hay, the holder. St. Viator yelling out, watch out for the fake. Always have to be aware of that. 34-yard attempt for Mikey Schwab. Snap is down, kick is up, and that kick is no good. He hooked it to the left, and it remains a 14-7 ball game. Big-time stand by the St. Viator defense.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Schwab, but he's going to have to figure that out in a hurry at halftime. They're going to need him. I have a feeling that St. Pat's is going to need him to make some kicks to win this game. That hurts because they would have been up 2 scores. And, well, Cooper Komet, he can throw it, partner, but with only 1 timeout, I would just take a knee, go down 7 at halftime.
Yeah, you would think they'll take a knee here most likely, especially considering St. Viator will get the ball at the end of the half. And it does look like Komet will go under center here. And he will just knee it to end the first half An exciting first half between two teams trying to clinch a spot in the IHSA playoffs. They're both 4-4. St. Pat's ahead 14-7. Kyle, your thoughts on that first half?
Yeah, some interesting decisions by St. Pat's. Not sure why that they went up for the onside kick. Not saying that's the reason why St. Viator scored that touchdown, but it certainly helped. They only needed about 50 yards for the score. And then Michael Schwab, he hasn't looked very good. The PAT he almost missed. He misses that field goal. You're going to wonder what Luke Mertens and the special teams coach is going to talk to him at halftime. They're going to need him because I feel like St. Viator can answer on offense for any touchdown the Shamrocks score.
Just a fantastic first half between two teams trying to make their way to the playoffs. It's been a lot of fun, Kyle.
It has been, and we'll see if Luke Mertens has any more tricks up his sleeve with some trick plays. We'll find out in the second half. That does it for the first half. We'll take a break, and in about 5-10 minutes from now, we'll give you some more first half analysis. You're watching the Lions against the Shamrocks here on SBS.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. Instead of spending hundreds or thousands with all these college recruiting sites, let us put together your college highlight reel. For just a fraction of your potential college scholarship and significantly less than these recruiting services, we got this. In addition, we put together highlight reels for teams, including high school, your club team, or travel team.
My teammate gave me a great pass, and I just took it. The other team slashed me, took the opportunity, saw where the goalie was weak, and I just shot it there.
Solon, O'Connor, and Marsh back on defense. And Marsh gets a blowout. We got a breakaway at 2-0. A shot, and a goal! So 3-3. The power play was officially over.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, check us out at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital world. Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. Let SBS broadcast your sporting event. We have experience and can generate excitement and permanent digital memories for your team.
Tonight. That time, finally a goal for the Stampede!
We have professional videographers using high-definition modern-day cameras, color analysts, and play-by-play announcers with state-of-the-art, classy graphical scoreboards to keep you updated. Plus, we have commercials to advertise your team, club, or sponsor, and us. Plus, we do pregame and postgame interviews.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Postgame Show brought to you by Marion Central Catholic. My name's Kyle Smith, but my name doesn't matter. These young ladies matter. It's senior night as the Hurricanes win a battle down the stretch, 48-46.
Hi, I'm Carrie Kramer. I swam 50 breast, 50 free and 100 back.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world.
There's only one present-day Major League Baseball team to never advance to the World Series, and you guessed it, the unluckiest of those MLB franchises is the one and only Seattle Mariners. In case you believe in curses, Mariners fans like to blame the team's unlucky ways on the curse of the Seattle Pilots. If you didn't know, the Pilots were actually the first MLB team in the history of Seattle baseball, but because fans didn't come to the games, Bud Selig and his ownership group bought the Pilots for $10.8 million to bring the franchise to Milwaukee. The Milwaukee Brewers began operations in 1970, meaning the Pilots only lasted 1 year in Seattle. The Pilots filed for bankruptcy on April 1st, 1970, and since then, Mariners fans have been subjected to lackluster baseball. If you're a fan of superstitions, the legend goes that because enough fans didn't attend the Pilot home games, a curse was put on the Brewers and any franchise that would materialize in Seattle thereafter. Since the Pilots left in 1970, the Brewers and Mariners have only played in one combined World Series. Even though the Mariners won 116 regular season games in 2001, the M's still didn't advance to the World Series after having to face off against the New York Yankees during the American League Championship Series. Fans like to point to the curse as the Pilots could have stayed in Seattle if there were more fans at the games. However, according to numerous reports, the situation at Sick's Stadium was so dire that fans couldn't even flush the toilets during home games. Sick's Stadium was reportedly called a pig pen by Oakland Athletics owner Chuck Finley, and the home of the Pilots only allowed 11,000 fans entering the 1969 season. Fans had every right to avoid attending Pilots games, especially since ticket prices for the Pilots were some of the highest in the league. Still, it's quite a coincidence that when the Mariners were 3 weeks away from playing in the 2001 American League Division Series, tragedy struck at the Twin Towers. Do I believe in curses? Absolutely not. But the Yankees were media darlings that October after what happened at the World Trade Center. The talk of baseball prior to September 11th was Ichiro Suzuki's incredible rookie season, and the Mariners looking to obtain the best regular season record in MLB history. But after 9/11, the Mariners were considered more of the indifferent Pacific Coast ball club than the rooting interests of fans. Bud Selig bought the Pilots, and since then, the Brewers have only played in one World Series. They've only won 5 division titles, and they've only played the National League Championship Series twice since changing leagues in 1997. Did the baseball gods curse the Brewers for not allowing the Pilots enough time to establish a Seattle franchise? Time will only tell. For those of you who aren't superstitious, the reason for the Mariners' misfortunes have to do with crappy scouting, subsequent lowly draft selections, and overall player development. However, the history of low attendance continued with the early years of Mariners baseball. After the Commissioner's Office awarded Seattle another MLB franchise following the breach of contract lawsuit against the American League, the Mariners continue to have low attendance numbers, similar to the Pilots. The Mariners wouldn't have a winning season until 1991, and even when the ball club showed signs of winning, the M's traded away starting pitcher Bill Swift. Swift won the ERA crown in 1992 and finished third in Cy Young voting in 1993. Swift was traded to San Francisco following that 1991 winning season in Seattle. Things started to turn around during the early 90s once the new owner, Hiroshi Yamauchi, signed manager Lou Piniella. The Mariners would go on to win its first division title in 1995 and win its first postseason series. It was Seattle's first postseason appearance since the franchise began operations in 1977. In fact, if the Mariners hadn't won the 1995 American League West Division, the franchise could have easily left Seattle. The California Angels blew a 13-game lead over Seattle, and the Mariners defeated the Angels 9-1 in the one-game playoff for the AL West Division crown. But, as per the curse of the Seattle Pilots, the M's always find themselves just short of an American League pennant. The 95 ALCS featured 2 unlikely teams, the M's and the Cleveland Guardians. The Guardians, who hadn't won the pennant since 1954, were something of an underdog themselves. The 1995 season would be Seattle's third ever winning season, but they wouldn't play in the Fall Classic. The Indians/Guardians won the 1995 American League Championship Series 4-2, with the Mariners dumping their last 3 in the toilet. In fact, the Mariners went scoreless the last 15 innings of the ALCS. While the Mariners lost the Championship Series, it's still a season that many Seattle baseball fans remember fondly. Ken Griffey Jr.'s famous game-winning run in Game 5 of the Division Series against the Yankees inevitably led to the development of a video game, Ken Griffey Jr.'s winning run. Edgar Martinez's game-winning double from Game 5 was key in enticing the King County Council to vote on a stadium funding package to build the modern-day Safeco Field. With baseball now securely in Washington, the Mariners look to avenge its 1995 ALCS disappointment with a 1997 Fall Classic appearance. To do so, they need to first defeat the best record in the AL, the Baltimore Orioles. Incredibly, the Mariners were supposed to play the Indians, but due to the old rules of division foes not being allowed to play each other during the division series, the Mariners had to play against the best record in the American League, despite having a better record than Cleveland. Would the Mariners have fared better against Cleveland in a rematch from 1995? Who knows? Regardless, the M's lost the 1997 division series in 4 games. Randy Johnson was awful in the series, losing both games. The M's were even worse at home, as they lost games 1 and 2 by a combined score of 18-6. Seattle won Game 3 in Baltimore, but they only managed 2 hits at Camden Yards during Game 4, with one of those hits being a solo shot by Martinez. With basically no offense in Game 4, Randy Johnson gave up 2 runs in the bottom of the first inning, which turned out to be more than enough for the Orioles to eliminate the M's. Seattle would get back to the postseason in 2000, this time as the wildcard representative. In its first and still last ever postseason sweep, the Mariners surprisingly swept the number 1 seed in the White Sox to advance to its second ever ALCS. This time around, Derek Jeter and the Yankees achieved revenge against the Mariners. The M's fought hard, but the Yanks were just too much for Seattle. A 6-game playoff series win saw the Yankees eventually sweep the Mets for their 26th World Series title. The Yankees dominated the Mariners, as 3 of New York's wins were blowout victories. The Mariners' pitching staff just could not contain the Yankees, which was really unsettling because A-Rod led the ALCS in total bases. Seattle once again took on the Yankees in 2001, this time without Alex Rodriguez. However, Ichiro Suzuki won the unfathomable Gold Glove, Silver Slugger, Rookie of the Year, and MVP awards all in the same season as Seattle's leadoff hitter. The 2001 ALCS turned out to be even worse than 2000. With everyone seemingly rooting for the Yankees due to the events of 9/11, the Yankees became the must-watch underdogs. Remember, the Mariners ended the playoffs as the number 1 overall seed, but unlike the 1998 Yankees, who won 114 games, the 2001 Mariners didn't have a superstar besides Ichiro. Brett Boone had a career year with 37 homers and 141 RBI, but could he continue that 6% home run probability into the postseason? The 116-win Mariners entered the ALCS with Ichiro on a hot streak. Ichiro batted .600 in the 5-game division series against the Guardians, but he couldn't continue that streak into the championship series, as Seattle's most valuable player only hit .222 in the 5-game ALCS. The Yanks easily took care of the Mariners 4-1. Aaron Seeley lost all 3 of his decisions in the 2001 postseason, including Game 5 at Yankee Stadium, where those damn Yankees destroyed the M's 12-3. Mariners legend Edgar Martinez was a non-factor against the Yanks, and fellow 2001 All-Star John Olerud didn't fare much better. Since 2001, the Mariners have not made the postseason. As if the baseball gods hate Mariners fans, the M's have been eliminated on the last day of the season in 2014 and 2021. The M's have the longest playoff drought in all the 4 American professional sports. One of the main reasons for this is the absolutely bizarre trade that was made in 2008. The Mariners somehow thought that Eric Bedard, who had never played an All-Star game, was their missing piece. They gave away their top prospects in Adam Jones, Chris Tillman, and 3 other players for Bedard. Jones became a 5-time All-Star outfielder and helped lead the Orioles back to prominence in the American League East Division. Tillman was a 2003 All-Star who was a major contributor during Baltimore's run in the 2014 postseason. Remember, the Mariners finished 1 win shy of a wild-card berth in 2014, but they traded all 5 of those players to Baltimore for Bedard. Bedard finished his career with a losing record, an ERA just under 4, and only lasted 4 seasons in Seattle. Things have been so bad in Seattle that Ichiro broke George Sisler's single-season hit record during a losing season, and Felix Hernandez won the Cy Young with a losing Mariners ball club. So are the Mariners cursed? Well, it sure is weird that the Brewers have never won the World Series, and the Mariners have never appeared in the World Series. If the former Seattle Pilot players wanted to curse Milwaukee and Seattle, it sure is working. Finally, keep in mind that the big unit, A-Rod, Ken Griffey the Kid Jr., and Edgar Papi Martinez were all on the same team, and the Mariners still couldn't make the World Series in 1995 and 1997. Adding insult to injury, A-Rod and the big unit won the World Series once they left Seattle. But do you think that the Mariners are cursed? Why can't the Emerald City ever host a World Series game? Make sure to comment below and subscribe to Sports Broadcast Solutions.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. For those of you that just want raw footage of your sporting event, but no play-by-play or color commentary, you just need us to live stream video from the event over the internet. We will live stream your event on YouTube on our Sports Broadcast Solutions channel. In addition, we also have a dedicated channel on YouTube for live streaming at SBS Livestream. And if you need multiple channels, we can utilize Facebook Livestream and Instagram Live on our channel as well. Options include commercials from your sponsors, professional scoreboard graphics are still available, and of course, yes, pre- and post-game interviews are available as an option if you want.
We've been working really hard this whole summer and stuff.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world.
Hey, this is Sarah Greenfalk, owner of PsychEdge. How would you like to learn how to manage your emotions and reactions in order to enhance your performance and be successful in life? I coach and counsel student athletes, performers, and professionals, giving them the mental skills and mindsets to build confidence and resilience. My background in physical therapy, massage therapy, personal training, and 15 years of counseling give my clients an advantage. So if you are wanting to be recruited, perform better, or struggling with life balance, anxiety, or depression symptoms, I will stand by you until we reach your goals. Contact me today, sarah@aimtogrow.com, and be sure to visit my website, psychedge.club, for your monthly blog on mental health, sport, and performance psychology tips.
Back to the action at beautiful Triton College with the scenic view behind us. Beautiful trees, the botanic garden of Triton College. Kara Lentz on videography. I'm Kyle Smith on color duties. Connor Klingen running the show and doing a great job as always on play-by-play duties. It's 14-7, Parter, but this just feels like a game that should be 17-0. You kind of get that feel as well?
Well, that onside kick was certainly a big moment. It gave St. Viator great field position. On the next play, Cooper Komet went downfield to Nix to the 1-yard line. Fullback dive, and all of a sudden it was a tie game. St. Pat's was able to get the lead back, but absolutely, that last drive, some points left on the field for the Shamrocks. They got the ball at the 50 with 2 minutes to go, 3 timeouts. Came away with nothing, so give credit, though, to this St. Viator defense. They've come up with stops at the right moments, keeping the Lions in this game, and they'll get the ball to start out this second half.
What do you think Michael Schwab is thinking about? Or maybe not thinking about anything at all, just putting it past him. I always think of Garrett Hartley. Remember Garrett Hartley with the Saints? People probably don't remember the kicks he missed. They just remember that kick he hit to beat the Vikings to send them to their first ever Super Bowl.
And I think Mikey Schwab, he's had a consistent season, and he had good leg on that field goal, just pulled it to the left. So I'm sure Coach Mertens still have confidence in Schwab to go out and make a big kick if he needs to in this second half.
I like St. Pat's to win this game, Parter. But I saw enough out of Komet that I think he could go down the field, tie this game up, and make things very troublesome for Dustin and the St. Pat's offense.
No doubt. I mean, you have to like the potential of Cooper Komet. He's just a sophomore, but he's got good size. We saw the kind of arm that he has. Just a couple of missed throws in that first half from Komet. Probably the most frustrating one was a third down. They had Camblin over the middle, and he just overthrew it a little bit. But Komet really looks impressive, and I agree with you, Kyle. I think he gives St. Viator a good chance in the second half.
Do you think sometimes with Dustin it can be problematic seeing over that line of scrimmage? He's only 5'10".
I'm sure at moments it can be, although he's got a center who's 6 foot there.
Yeah.
So he's maybe not as difficult there, but sometimes at left tackle, you've got some good size over there at 6'4", but Dustin has impressed me. He's a gutsy quarterback is a good way to describe him. He's not afraid to pick up the extra yards. He's not afraid to lower his shoulder and run when he needs to. So I've been impressed by the senior quarterback in that first half.
How far can this St. Pat's team go if Trevor Wasty is running the ball well and Nicholas Dustin's not turning the ball over?
I think they have a chance to make some noise in the playoffs if they win today, of course. The winner of this game will make the playoffs. The loser will go home.
And we saw last year St. Patrick was just 5-4, and they made it to their first ever quarterfinals. Granted, they had a star in Govorowski at running back, and Jermaine Young was over 6'2" at quarterback. He was actually more of an athletic quarterback. They just put him at QB because he was so athletic. Different team this year. Trevor Wazzy, that was on that quarterfinal team, is a senior this year. And, man, it just doesn't seem like anything tires him. Every time he gives you 2-3 yards on a carry.
Well, and I think, Kyle, looking at the IHSA playoffs, I mean, the gauntlet that these teams have to go through in the Chicago Catholic League, sometimes they can get a smaller public school that had an easier schedule, give them a favorable matchup in the playoffs. Because, look, these two teams last week, St. Viator played Mount Carmel,
yeah.
St. Patrick played Loyola. Those are the 1 and 2 teams in the state. So they each had to pick up a loss to those juggernauts, and then they go into the playoffs with a 5-4 record. So I think either of these teams, if they're able to get in, certainly would have a chance to make some noise.
I mean, Loyola and Mount Carmel aren't even in their classes, right, for the playoffs.
Both so 8A teams.
Yeah, Mount Carmel's 7A now.
I believe so.
But yeah, Loyola's a juggernaut in 8A. Mount Carmel is always tough to beat in 7A. And in the playoffs, both teams play in 5A, so they have that strength of schedule. We'll see if that helps for the winner of this game going to the playoffs.
St. Viator will start with possession in the second half, with St. Patrick leading it 14-7. Michael Nix, Nicky Pastor deep for St. Viator. Schwab to kick off. High kick. Played by one of the up back. A little bit of confusion there. It ends up being a kneel down for St. Viator.
Yeah, we're seeing both teams struggling on special teams, and it's always listed as the third fastest of the game, partner, but I think it's just as important as offense and defense. One little problem on special teams, like not recovering that onside kick, for example, allowed St. Viator to score that touchdown. A play like that, you almost collide with each other. Could have been a fumble easily, and St. Pat's could have recovered, gone the other way for a 21-7 lead.
Yeah, very nearly could have been a disaster for St. Viator, but they will start with 1st and 10 at their own 26.
Don't need a touchdown on this drive. You just need a couple of first downs. Either pin them deep with a punt or get the 3.
Trips to the left for Komet. And he's rolling that way. Now facing pressure. Avoids the sack twice, but he is finally brought down by Gomez for a loss of 2.
Was that Lamar Jackson on that escapability? Wow, that was impressive. Problem is just not a lot of push up front from that offensive line. I've said that a lot today. I'll keep saying it. That was an easy sack. If it wasn't one guy tackling, it was the next guy to get him.
Well done there by Aiden Gomez, who's wearing 88 today. Typically has been number 57 this season. So it'll be 2nd down and 13 for the Lions. 4 down linemen for St. Patrick.
Shifting the formation might be a passing play here.
They have those receivers in tight. Nice little sweep fake for Pastor, but St. Patrick able to snuff it out. Close to the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd down and 10.
There's a reason why they say speed kills, partner. You saw it on that play. Even with the very nice play call, changing directions, those really quick basketball shuffles, they got low on the tackle, easy to bring them down to the grass.
Well done there by Mikey Schwab, the kicker who also plays on the defensive line for St. Patrick. So it'll be 3rd and long for the Lions.
Obvious passing situation. You'd like to see maybe a post route right at the 1st down marker.
They send Camblin in motion. Komet rolls out right, steps up in the pocket, fires over the middle, caught by Pastor, but he's short of the 1st down marker.
Good pass. Very good coverage. It was a tight window. All he could do was complete it, and the tackler was right there to bring him down to the turf.
4th and 2 for the Lions. The offense coming out onto the field.
You've got all 3 timeouts. You could do a hard count if you want, but I think they're actually going to go for it.
They're going for it from their own 34. Komet with a look to the sideline. Nobody from St. Patrick jumped. Now he'll take the snap, keeping it himself, running out of room. He's going backwards, now trying to pick up some yardage. He's close. He may have it. What a great second effort by Komet.
Wow.
And he picks up the first down.
The guts of that quarterback. You always think, you got to go in right away, you got to go in right away. No, Komet, the veteran, he's played a couple of games now under center for the St. Viator team. He knew, look, I know it's not there right away, trust in my blockers, and once it's there, then I'll run for the first down.
Gutsy call, going for it in their own territory. They pick up the first down. 3 wide receivers to the left of Komet. Takes the snap. Stepping up, looking deep, downfield, incomplete. The St. Viator sideline trying to get a flag call there. They thought Layden was interfering with Nix.
Here's the key, partner. From what I saw, it looked like Layden was looking back for the ball. You don't always have to be in the typical position, right? If you look to the other side of the ball, as long as you're looking back for the ball, it's not pass interference, and it's looked like that's what the back judge saw.
Yeah, typically, even if you are making some contact, if you do turn around, that's always going to help your case. If you have your back to the football, that's when that yellow is going to come out. So it'll be 2nd and 10 now for the Lions. Van Boeven in the backfield here with Komet. They send Pastor in motion, give it to him on the jet sweep. No, it was a fake. Van Boeven has it, and he spins away from a tackler. Ball came loose, but it looks like he was down. Van Boeven was down. The official came flying in from the far side. Wow, well done.
That's a big play, partner. Could have gone either way. No instant replay at this level.
So it'll be 3rd down and 4 for the Lions. Looked to me like Van Boeven's knee was down before that ball came out. Well, we saw St. Viator go for it on 4th down earlier on this drive, so most likely you've got 2 downs here to pick up 4 yards near midfield.
As a ref, too, you're only going to please one fan base, and you're going to anger the other one all the time.
Camblin in motion to the right. A reverse over for Nix, and he's got plenty of room on that far sideline. Picks up the first down near the 45.
Yeah, that was a good run that time on the reverse, and that's a lesson to be learned the hard way for a defensive end. You got to know where you are on the turf at all times. Stay in your gap and don't overcommit. When you do, it allows an easy around the other way for the reverse.
Well, Kyle, you mentioned in the first half that maybe St. Viator would have to turn to some misdirection. They have done it all over the place in the second half.
Been around football too long, partner, to know exactly what the coach is going to do.
Jet sweeps, reverses. A lot of misdirection for the Lions. Komet takes the snap. Under some pressure, steps up, fires deep, looking for Nix. Oh, and it's incomplete, but a flag comes out. This time interference will be called as Joey Fico got a piece of Nix, and this will be pass interference.
The St. Patrick fans aren't happy about it, partner, but that was right in stride. You would think the only way he's not going to catch that ball is if he was interfered with.
So a 15-yard penalty. Have to like the shots that St. Viator's taken.
Preliminary signal is pass interference against the Shamrocks. It's a 15-yard penalty.
15-yard penalty will give a first down to St. Viator with 7.5 minutes to go in this third quarter.
Well, it's not a bad idea, Connor, because it's only 15 yards. If you allow him to catch it, it's pretty much an easy touchdown, even if he's dropped inside the 5-yard line on the tackle. You never want to give up 6, unless you're in that position where you want them to score so you'll get the ball back.
Well, Michael Nix has been impressive. Couple of tight ends in the formation, into block. Komet looking deep once again for Nix. Incomplete. And St. Viator was hoping for another flag there, so there was some contact, but nothing called.
That's a tough call on the ref there. I don't think it was a catchable ball, partner. That's really what was hurting St. Viator to get that pass interference call.
Yeah, but it did look like Layden basically tackled Nix there.
At the very least, probably a hold. Not necessarily PI, but yeah, you can make the argument there was some contact.
The Lions have clearly found a matchup they like with Nix downfield. They've been taking a lot of shots for him.
Yeah, you're going to have to get some help over the top because these fly routes, St. Pat's is getting demolished on them.
Komet, quick screen over for Nix, and boy, that is a scary hit. Lemke able to make the play, and Nix back up on his feet. Good to see that. You always worry a little bit when you make a catch like that. But thankfully, Nix back up on his feet, and a big play there for Lemke and St. Patrick.
A little questionable call there. I know that they wanted to get their best runner out in space. I personally would have gone with an out route because it seems like they found a mismatch on the sideline with these cornerbacks and the fly routes especially. I don't know if you want to do back-to-back-to-back fly routes, but would have maybe want to do an out route there instead of a screen.
So 3rd and long with 6.5 minutes to go. St. Viator has taken up nearly half of this third quarter with possession. Komet, a pump fake, looking for Nix on the sideline and just overthrows him.
That's a tough throw, partner. That's a throw. If you can make that consistently, you'll be playing on Saturdays at the Division I level. There was help over the top. You only have a little space to get that ball in, and that time Komet, he's a good quarterback, but he's also a youngin'. He's still an underclassman.
So 4th and 14 from the 36, and St. Viator will go for it. We've already seen St. Pat's convert a 4th and 12. We'll see if the Lions can come away with a big play on 4th down.
If anything, partner, you want to get 5 or so yards to make it tougher for St. Pat's to go the other way. Taking the sack, inexcusable. Got to find a way to get out of pressure and get some positive yards.
Have to think they might look for Nix again here. Komet rolling right, under pressure, throwing deep towards the end zone. And Pastor unable to get there. St. Pat's comes away with a stop on 4th down.
Good decision by Komet. You can't take a sack there on 4th down. He knew that he had a speedy wide receiver to get the ball to, but St. Pat's, they must have been listening to me. They had help over the top. It was 1-on-2 coverage and just pretty much an impossible pass for Komet to complete.
So St. Pat's will take over at their own 36-yard line with a 7-point lead. About halfway through this third quarter, just heard a fan say, we need a long drive here. That's what St. Patrick is looking for. Chew up some clock, and they're hoping to head into the fourth quarter with a 2-score lead.
Yep. Michael Schwab, he's going to have to erase what happened in the first half.
Dustin will give for Wozni, and he is stacked up there at the line of scrimmage. Nice job by Andrew McKenna once again at the defensive tackle spot. Boy, Andrew McKenna, and I mentioned in the first half, he doesn't have much size out there in the middle of the defensive line, but he's just made play after play. Hard-nosed player for the St. Viator Lions.
Look, tackling, it's not about how many bench press reps you can get. It's about getting low and wrapping up. If you can do that, even if you're 5'9", you can make it in the Chicago Catholic League.
2nd and 10. A lot of pressure on Dustin, trying to step up, and he goes down, able to get back maybe to the line of scrimmage. So 3rd and 11 now for St. Pat's. This is not a situation where the Shamrocks want to have a 3-and-out after St. Viator chewed up so much of that third quarter clock.
Just don't turn the ball over. One thing you can't have here is an interception.
Dustin trying to find a receiver, has to step up. Now he's going to try to run for it, and he is brought down out of bounds, well shy of the sticks.
And that's something that Dustin's going to learn is when you know you're not going to get the first down, partner, just get out of bounds. No need to take an unnecessary hit there.
So that'll force the Shamrocks to punt. Good defensive stand from St. Viator, forcing a 3-and-out. That'll give the ball right back to Cooper Komet and the St. Viator offense.
Well, the coaching staff for St. Viator must have known that
He didn't like what he saw from Dustin that first half. Felt confident, even if they didn't get it on 4th and 14, that they'd get the ball back still down 7.
Well, now a St. Patrick defense that might be a little gassed has to go right back on the field. As Schwab, this is taken by Nix, and he just goes down, takes his seat at the 35-yard line.
It's so interesting watching special teams play at the high school level. You don't know what's going to happen. You know, you watch a college game, Division I or NFL, you think, okay, it's just going to be a fair catch, go to the bathroom or whatever. In high school, anything could happen. It could get blocked. It could be a bad snap. It could go off the returner's knee and be recovered by St. Pat's. Watching punts in high school is quite fun.
Never know what's going to happen, but thankfully for St. Viator, Nix was able to come away with it, and they'll have possession. They had a long drive, but weren't able to come away with a first down on the 4th down play. And it looks like a wildcat formation for St. Viator. Nicky Pastor back there in the backfield. Now they send Nix in motion. They fake it to him. Pastor up the middle. And he's able to spin his way forward for 3 yards.
Yeah, that's why you don't see a lot of wildcat nowadays. You've got ball carriers that aren't used to taking the snap, so when they get hit, they're so used to being hit after they've carried the ball for a while. On a wildcat, it's almost your hit after you've taken the snap, and sometimes when you're not used to taking the snap, you'll fumble the ball because you're not used to carrying it right after getting it from the center.
They did give Pastor 4 yards there, so 2nd and 6. As Komet's back onto the field, more traditional formation. They send Camblin in motion across it. Now a little toss sweep over for Van Boeven, and he is brought down in the backfield. Gomez making the play for St. Patrick.
Wow. Open field tackling, partner. It's a little bit of a lost start, but if you can do it, it really helps your defense in a big way.
Aiden Gomez has made a number of plays in the backfield, coming from that right end spot for St. Patrick. And it's now a 3rd and long for the Lions with 3.5 to go in this 3rd quarter.
Obvious passing situations. You don't have to throw it right at the sideline. You could get it out to one of your tailbacks or wide receivers out in space.
Camblin goes in motion to the right. They give to Pastor. Halfback pass. He throws deep downfield. Going for Nix. And a flag comes out. We'll see pass interference once again as Fuller and Layden were all over Nix.
No choice, though, partner. Once again, if you don't hold him, it's going to be a touchdown. And in a low-scoring game like this, touchdowns are just so tough to give up. It's the right decision to do PI there.
2nd pass interference penalty against St. Patrick. This will give St. Viator a first down. They'll pick up 15 yards on the halfback pass. Impressive arm there from Nicky Pastor.
Hey, man, running backs can throw, too. I remember when the Bears used to run Walter Payton out with the old halfback pass. One time, they ran out of quarterback, so Walter had to take the snaps. This was like back during the 70s when the Bears were awful.
So like now?
Yeah. We might see Montgomery taking some snaps on Monday night.
1st and 10 of the 48. Komet, speed option, keeps it himself, and he's able to pick up 5 yards.
It is kind of hard to believe, right? When the last time the Bears went to the Super Bowl, it's because they beat Drew Brees to get there.
It is kind of hard to believe when you think it, but probably helped him out. It was snowing like crazy that day.
That was back in the day, though. Reggie Bush was a rookie that year.
Oh, yeah. It'll be 2nd down and 5. For St. Viator. Led by the younger brother of a current Chicago Bear and Cole Komet. Cooper Komet looking to lead his team down the field, tie this ball game up.
They might even go for 2 if they score.
Van Boeven Goes behind Komet. It's a reverse for Nix, and he's got a ton of room down the sideline. Using his speed, cuts back at the 15, and he is brought down out of bounds. A huge play for St. Viator.
Excellent play call, partner, but once again, for St. Pat's, you just can't overcommit. Stay in your gap.
Wait a minute, though. A flag down on the play. A little bit further downfield at the 30-yard line.
If that's the case, partner, the first down would stand, but it won't be at where he was tackled, where the ball will be spotted.
We'll see what the signal is.
What a break for St. Pat's.
Dave Archibald is pretty far out from the sideline, trying to see what the call is. It is against St. Viator for a hold. It was downfield, so as you said, Kyle, it should be 1st and 10. Well, it'll be 2nd down.
Now I'm confused because if it was past the first down marker where the hold was, the first down should stand. Where you said they called it at the 30-yard line, right?
Flag was down at the 30, so, well, you never know what you're going to see. St. Viator will have the ball at the 40.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. That should be a first down for Viator.
So it'll be 2nd and 2 with just over 2 minutes left in this third quarter.
Controversy galore right now at Triton College.
Camblin in motion, serving as a lead blocker here for Van Boeven, and he's easily able to pick up the first down near the 35.
See, what St. Viator doesn't like, though, about that, partner, is every time your running back gets hit, he's either susceptible to injury or that's one more carry that he shouldn't have had. And that's going to be crucial in a game like this where you want to have everybody as full strength as possible going into the fourth quarter.
St. Viator has had the ball for nearly this entire third quarter. There's just 1 3-and-out for the Shamrocks. Some tired bodies on the defense for St. Patrick. And a 1st and 10 for St. Viator at the 36. Komet, play action. Stepping up under pressure. Schwab brings him down for the sack.
Yeah, excellent sack that time by Schwab, and good decision by Komet, partner. He thought about throwing the ball. It would have been intentional grounding anyways. It would have been 2nd and 20. At least it's 2nd and 15 or 2nd and 16.
Loss of 5 yards on the sack from Mikey Schwab.
Gomez being worked at on the sideline by the trainer. We'll keep you updated as the game moves on with him. But every time St. Pat's needs a stop on defense, partner, they have produced today.
They absolutely have, and some fresh bodies out there. See Kevin Ward at defensive end. Komet takes the snap. Looking downfield, steps up, going for Pastor, incomplete. FICO was in there on the coverage, along with Soriano for St. Pat's.
Yeah, good decision. I mean, they've had trouble on the flyer outs, but St. Pat's has made the adjustment. They now have help over the top with the safety, so it's going to be difficult now for Komet to complete those passes. 3rd and 14. You could run the ball here. If you know you're going to go for it regardless, you could run the ball like an option play or a pitch play. Try to get 7 yards, make it 4th and 7. You don't necessarily have to pass here if you don't want to.
We did see St. Viator pick up a 4th and long on the previous drive, thanks to a pass interference. We'll see what they go with on 3rd and 14. Van Boeven motions out, empty backfield. Komet rolling right, under pressure, steps up, goes for Nix, and it's just overthrown.
Yeah, you don't want to always blame the quarterback, but that time he missed him. He was open.
Well, and maybe a little bit of miscommunication as well on the route there from Nix.
Yeah, that was good offensive line protection. Stepped into the pocket, just missed the throw. You're only down 7, partner. Do you really want to give the ball back to St. Pat's at the 36?
Well, I think they have a lot of confidence in their defense after forcing a 3-and-out and trying to tie up this ball game. So they're going to go for it on 4th and 14.
They have had trouble with the snaps with their punter, too.
Wouldn't be surprised to see them try to take another shot for Michael Nix here.
If anything, you want to get positive yards. Get to the 30 or more.
Komet under pressure, rolls out, fires deep, looking for Nix. He steps up and makes the catch.
Wow.
What a play by Michael Nix. St. Viator has a first down at the 5-yard line.
What a play call. They've done fly routes all afternoon long. St. Pat's expects the fly route to the end zone and then the late comeback route for the catch.
What a job by Nix, working his way back to the football, leaping up and coming down with it. A huge first down for St. Viator, and that may be the final play of the third quarter. The Lions will have a chance, first and goal from the 5 when we start the fourth quarter.
We'll take a break. St. Viator driving inside the 10 here on SBS, a broadcasting network for everyone.
Hey, this is Sarah Greenfalk here of PsychEdge. Do you want to learn how to improve your performance, improve your confidence, improve your resilience? Coming this fall, PsychEdge is releasing 5 workshop classes that will give you the skills to accomplish your goals with increased confidence and resilience. This is your opportunity to learn all the main psychological pieces of mental training in one place, plus the process I've developed to build these skills. Go to my website, psychedge.club, and sign up for my monthly blog emails, which will include the updates on the class release.
Back to the action at Triton College. It's 14-7 in favor of St. Pat's, but partner, St. Viator driving, first and goal at the 5.
It's been all about Michael Nix. St. Pat's has been unable to stop him. They've interfered with him a couple of times. Comes away with a huge catch at the 5-yard line. But the interesting thing here at the 5, St. Viator hasn't been able to run the ball too well aside from a couple of reverses. And now you're at the 5-yard line, not as much room to work with. We'll see if St. Pat's can come away with a goal line stand. Van Boeven.
I was just going to say, not a terrible decision here if you want to run quarterback sneak.
We've seen Komet has the ability to run. Couple of tight ends in motion, and Komet will run with it. And he's got plenty of room into the end zone. Cooper Komet pulls St. Viator within an extra point of tying up the ball game.
What did I say, partner? Not a terrible time to run the quarterback sneak. They get the guards out to pull, and he was untouched into the end zone.
What a play call. And you had it right on the nose there, Kyle. Quarterback keeper, a ton of room for Komet, but now a critical extra point.
I would have thought about going for 2, but I understand why you want to keep it conservative with the PAT.
Gabe Glodz, his kick is up, and it is good. We are tied at 14 with 11:55 to play and a playoff spot on the line.
We'll take a quick 12-second break. You're watching the Lions against the Shamrocks here on SBS.
This is Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone. Check us out at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com and become part of the digital sporting world.
Back to the action here at Triton College. Beautiful blue sky, the botanical garden behind us. Kyle Smith alongside Connor Klingon. Make sure to text your favorite high school, college, or NFL memory to 330-957-7653. Well, the St. Pat fans are used to this, partner. They've won 2 games here at Triton College. The home opener, the season opener, in fact, they only beat St. Ignatius by 5. And then they beat Marian Catholic at home, at the 1 yard line in overtime. So the fans are used to this, the players are used to this.
A lot of close games, and it doesn't get much better than this. A playoff spot on the line. I mean, really, in essence, this is a playoff game right here. The winner on to the IHSA playoffs. The loser, their season will end at 4-5. Van Boeven on for the kickoff, and it's a squib kick. And St. Viator comes away with it. Pastor gets down the field, and the Lions will have it at the 35.
Wow.
What a call, and St. Viator executes it perfectly.
Yeah, that was you said it right there, Connor. Excellent call on the squib kick. St. Pat's wasn't expecting it. I sure wasn't. And now you have a chance to take the lead.
The Lions will have it at the 34, 1st and 10. Wow, how this game has turned around. And now you have a St. Patrick's defense that has been absolutely gassed. The Shamrocks have only run 3 offensive plays in the second half. The defense has been on the field for nearly the entirety of this second half.
We talked about it too. Part of the kicking game is going to come into play late in this one.
Comet with the quick pitch for Van Boeven, and he loses a yard.
Yeah,
good pursuit.
They got to stop doing that, partner. They just don't have enough push and enough pull action to do those standard running plays. You're either going to have to do quarterback sneaks or some misdirection, some reverse the rest of the game. Standard running plays are not going to cut it today.
Loses a couple of yards. It'll be 2nd and 12 for the Lions. Good job there by Patrick Layden making the stop.
You're already in shotgun, so if you want to run the option, you've got the right formation to do it.
Komet rolling out. Over the middle, he's got a man wide open.
Big
Cutanillo
throw across his body for the first down. That was impressive.
So it'll be 3rd and 2. Make that 1 for St. Viator at the 25-yard line. Big catch from Cutanillo. Haven't seen him too much today, but he comes up in a big moment. That'll be 3rd and short for the Lions.
You would think a running play here, but what kind of running play? My guess, if they run shotgun, it's a direct quarterback sneak, and they're running shotgun, so I would go with the direct quarterback sneak.
They send Camblin in motion. They give for Van Boeven, and he's able to pick up the first down. He's inside the 20, near the 15-yard line.
Yeah, for St. Pat's, you knew you were probably going to give up the first down, but the fact that he got 10 yards on that play, not good for your defense.
1st and 10 at the 17-yard line for St. Viator. And again, this St. Pat's defense has been on the field for nearly the entirety of the second half. They have got to be pretty tired out there, and St. Viator's been able to take advantage, just maintaining possession. Wildcat here with Pastor. He'll keep it himself, has some room. The left side, he's able to just pick up 2 as he got tripped up.
Yeah, good little run there. Took his time, kind of a little bit of a Le'Veon Bell type of patience there. Waited for his blockers play to develop, and it's 2nd and 8.
They did give him another yard there. 2nd and 7. On the 15-yard line, Cooper Komet back out.
Going to spot the 14. With the clock dwindling as it is on St. Patrick's hopes, try to get in within range for your kicker.
Komet rolling right, steps up, looks for the end zone. He's got Nix wide open. Touchdown, Lions.
Impressive, but really, partner, what was set up that touchdown was that 2nd and 12 pass. going over to his left across his body, throwing it to the tight end. That was such a killer for St. Pat's defense. And now a big-time PAT. If he misses it, St. Pat's can win the game on a touchdown and a PAT the other way.
St. Viator trailed in this game 14-7. Looking to make it 14 straight points on the extra point here. Snap down, kick is up, it is good, and it is 21-14. St. Viator, they have been in control in this second half, and they have taken the lead on the road.
We'll take a break. You're watching the Lions against the Shamrocks here on SBS, a broadcasting network for everyone.
Missing your child's sporting event just plain stinks. But you don't have to worry about that anymore, thanks to Sports Broadcast Solutions. SBS is a live broadcasting network, as well as covering your on-demand needs, recruiting videos, highlight reels, and much, much more. We can broadcast live to any website, and we also post as much on-demand content as you need. For more information about SBS, check out our website at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone.
Back to the action. It's 21-14 in favor of the Lions. Kyle Smith alongside Connor Klingen. It's been a fun one here at Triton College, and St. Pat's partner, they've made a couple of mistakes, including not picking up that squib kick and allowed St. Viator to score to take the lead.
They've just been able to run 3 offensive plays in this second half. Obviously, the hope here for the Shamrocks is to tie up the game, but the very least, they have to move the ball, pick up some first downs, give their defense an extended breather here. This kickoff's taken here by Layden. Not much room for him as he's brought down at the 24-yard line.
Well, you got to find a way to put points on that board. A 3 would somewhat help you, because then if you get the 3, you hold St. Viator to a 3-and-out, then you can win it with a touchdown. Put points on the board, whether that be 3 and 6. You really can't go on this drive without scoring any points.
Just 1 3-and-out in this second half for the St. Patrick offense. Wozni in the backfield with Dustin. They give for Wozni up the middle, and he's able to push forward, pick up 3 yards on the play.
That's their bread and butter, up the middle with Wozni, and that's the reason they're in this position of going to the playoffs. They're going to have to rely on him down the stretch on senior day to go to the postseason.
4 wide receivers out there for Nick Dustin with 8.5 minutes to go. The Shamrocks trailing by a touchdown and an extra point. They sent Fitzgerald in motion, give to Wozni, and he's able to pick up 2 more yards on the play, but a good stop made there by Brian McManus.
Yeah, good tackle by McManus as he saw Wozni going to the right, able to lower his shoulder and get the tackle.
3rd down and 5 for the Shamrocks with 8 minutes to go. Send a man in motion. They fake it for Wozni. Dustin rolling out, fires incomplete as it was in and out of the hands there of Brosnan, and it'll be 4th down. And the punt team is coming out for St. Pat's. Another 3-and-out for the Shamrocks.
If the ball was at the 39 or 49, you could consider going for it. Ball at the 29, no, you can't. You just got to rely on your defense. And now St. Viator's in a good spot here, partner. You don't need 6 anymore. 3 points would pretty much put this game away.
Well, St. Viator has to be careful of a fake here in this situation. St. Pat's need to send another man out of the field.
You'd have to have a lot of guts on 4th and 5 to run a fake, but crazier things have happened in the game of football.
Schwab takes the snap, gets it away, and it is a beautiful punt. This will bounce inside the 10, near the end zone. Did they get it? Did they get it back? Yes, they did. Down at the 3-yard line. What an incredible punt by Schwab. Paying off the decision from Luke Mertens to punt it there. St. Viator will start at their own 4-yard line.
And there's really not much that the punt returner can do there. You don't want to put yourself in a position. Remember, they're high school kids. They're not professional athletes. You don't want to put him in a position where he's catching it over the shoulder and he drops it. St. Patrick would recover. When it's over the shoulder like that, sometimes you just got to let it bounce, and that time it bounces inside the 5. A big break for St. Patrick. We were saying, would Michael Schwab pick up his play in the second half? He certainly has.
1st and 10 for St. Viator, backed up against their own end zone. Cooper Komet standing within the end zone here to take the snap. They give for Van Boeven, and he's able to get a little bit more breathing room out to the 6-yard line.
And then let's say St. Pat's gets the ball back and score, partner. I think you're in a position, if you're St. Patrick, you don't want this to go to overtime. You want to win it here, and you're going to go for 2 if you score the touchdown to tie it up.
Well, before they can think about that, they need to get a stop with just over 7 minutes to go. 2nd and 7 for St. Viator. And they have been in control in this second half. Komet looks to the sideline. Now takes the snap. Pump fake, under pressure, and he is brought down. Sacked at the 4-yard line. Christian Mitropoulos making the stop. Mitropoulos. Big time play.
Look, I know that it says that this defense has given up 21 points, but that's a little bit skewed of a statistic because remember, the failed onside kick, putting your defense in a bad spot, then of course the drop on the squib kick. Really, only 7 points can be completely blamed on the defense. They've been excellent today for St. Patrick.
3rd and 10 with just over 6 minutes to go. Fans making some noise at Triton College trying to help out the Shamrock defense. Komet takes the snap, under pressure, throws over the middle, incomplete. And St. Viator will be forced to punt from their own end zone.
Yeah, you got to question the play call there a little bit. It stops the clock. At least if you would run the ball, since you're in your own end zone, if you would run the ball, St. Pat's would have either had to call timeout or you would have burned another 30, 40-plus seconds on the clock. Now you have 5:58 remaining. St. Pat's with plenty of time, and they can kill the clock on their own right, score a touchdown, maybe go for 2, and not give St. Viator enough time for the win.
A punt from a tough spot for Michael Nix. Backed up against the goalpost, has to be careful of stepping on that end line, and a safety on a high snap.
Yeah, you don't want to Dan Orlovsky it.
It's a low snap, high kick, fair catch, taken at about the 30-yard line by Fuller. Fantastic field position for St. Pat's as they look to tie up this game.
Yeah, Hunter was in a bad spot there, and Partner, I was going to ask you, if you were St. Viator, would you have considered taking the safety and possibly re-kicking it for a more ideal spot?
I don't think so, not with a touchdown lead.
Yeah.
Give an opportunity, then you give the ball back to St. Pat's and opportunity to win the game.
Yeah.
So it'll be 1st and 10 here from the 30 for the Shamrocks.
Well, it wasn't the best kick in the world. 1st and 10 at the 30, St. Pat's in business.
They give for Wozni. He's got some room out past the 25. Good first down run to pick up 6, maybe 7 yards.
No need for St. Pat's to use those timeouts. You're going to need them if Schwab misses the kick or if you went for 2 and don't get it.
2nd and 3 for the Shamrocks with 5.5 to go. Dustin looks to the sideline. 3 wide receivers split out to his left. Brosnan alone at the top of the formation. Dustin rolling out, fires, and it's caught by Cincino. Spinning his way near the 10-yard line. First catch of the day for Asai Cincino, the leading receiver for the Shamrocks, and it's a huge one, giving St. Pat's a first down.
Yeah, he's a sneaky little devil, that wide receiver in Cincino. And I shouldn't say small because he's 6'2", but he just finds a way to run good routes all game long, and then finally Dustin will find him for a big catch late in the game.
Had him marked at the 14, and now Wozni takes the first down carry for 3 yards. Four minutes, 40 seconds to go. St. Pat's with a second down and 8.
12 yards away from the end zone. Like to see another pass to Cincino here.
They give for Wozni, and he's stacked up, gets it inside the 10 to the 9-yard line. Third and 5 for the Shamrocks, with the ball inside the 10.
Don't necessarily have to go for it if you don't get this third down, but really good field position. Any kind of positive yardage, you expect them to go for it.
Under 4 minutes to play. St. Pat's trailing by a touchdown and an extra point. Wozni in motion. Dustin trying to find some room. Now he'll run with it. Inside the 5, he dives into the end zone. Touchdown. The senior quarterback comes up in a huge spot, and St. Pat's is an extra point away from tying it.
Wow. Talk about putting your body in harm's way. That doesn't matter for Nicholas Dustin. The captain of this team gives up his body for the TD, and they're a PAT away from tying this game up.
His second rushing touchdown of the day, and a massive extra point upcoming for Mikey Schwab with 3:47 to play.
You don't think it would be a fake, do you?
No chance. Snap is down, hold is good, kick is up, and it is good. We are tied at 21 with 3:47 to play and a playoff spot on the line.
Wow, what a game it's been. The last 3:43 of regulation coming up after this here on SBS, a broadcasting network for everyone.
Missing your child's sporting event just plain stinks. But you don't have to worry about that anymore, thanks to Sports Broadcast Solutions. SBS is a live broadcasting network, as well as covering your on-demand needs, recruiting videos, highlight reels, and much, much more. We can broadcast live to any website, and we also post as much on-demand content as you need. For more information about SBS, check out our website at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone.
It's the last call for the text line, your favorite high school, college, or NFL memory. Text 330-957-7653. Wow. That was exciting. They get the ball on the 30, and Nicholas Dustin, the offense, went right down the field.
And Dustin, as you said, Kyle, put his body on the line there. Now Mikey Schwab to kick off with 3:47 to go. Good boot, and that is into the end zone for a touchback. St. Viator will start at their own 20. Chance for the Lions and Cooper Komet, their sophomore quarterback, trying to lead a drive to win this ball game, send his team to the playoffs. Meanwhile, St. Pat's trying to come up with a huge stop.
Yep, just find a way to get the ball back. And remember, because it's high school football, for St. Viator to win this game on a field goal, they're going to have to get it inside the 25, you would assume.
3:47 to go. Dave Archibald giving instructions to his offense. Biggest moment of Cooper Komet's career thus far, the sophomore. And the fans making noise here at Triton College, trying to inspire the Shamrocks defense. Komet rolling out, steps up, now a look to run with it. He's stopped by Gomez, was able to pick up a couple of yards on the play.
Yeah, that's a good coverage play that time by the St. Patrick Shamrocks. A little QB spy play, and only a 2-yard gain that time by Komet.
2nd and 8, under 3.5 to play.
For St. Pat's, you want to get to be 3rd and 7 before you consider calling a timeout. St. Viator probably won't be calling timeouts until they get the ball past the 40-yard line.
Both teams have all 3 timeouts with 3 minutes to go. Komet fakes the handoff, gives for Pastor. He's out past the 30, has first down yardage, and spirals his way past the 35.
Once again, an excellent play call, and for St. Patrick, they're learning the hard way. When you overcommit, it leads to easy first down runs on reverses.
1st and 10 Lions, 2:45 to go. Komet taking his time from the sideline. Clock hasn't become an issue yet. Both teams with all 3 timeouts. And St. Viator hoping to hold it to the end of regulation. See if the Shamrocks can come away with a stop. They send Camblin in motion. Komet rolling out, stepping up. He's going to run with it now to the right side, and he is near a first down, maybe a little bit short. It'll be 2nd down and 1. That leaves the playbook wide open for St. Viator in this situation.
Yeah, you're going to have to start sticking your middle linebacker in the middle of the field. As Komet is showing you, he is very unafraid of running with the football. You're going to have a middle linebacker in the middle, QB spy, making sure when he gets outside the pocket there's somebody there to greet him.
About 1:45 to play. Clock continues to roll. 2nd and 1 for St. Viator at their own 44. Komet will give for Van Boeven, and he spins his way to pick up the first down.
Yeah,
close to it.
Yeah, anything close to the high school level is going to be an automatic first down. They very rarely...
Well, they marked him short. 3rd and 1.
Interesting. Usually they call that a first down.
Under 1:20 to go. And a chance for St. Pat's.
If I were St. Pat's, I'd call a timeout here because St. Viator is more than fine going into overtime. They feel confident with their offense. And in high school, you get the ball at the 10, not the 25.
Well, Lions taking their time here with under a minute to go. Komet. They fake the handoff. He's looking to run with it, and he's got the first down. And now a timeout will be taken. Player is down for the Lions.
Wow. You hate to see the injury, especially in a game like this. And it's 58, partner.
It's Joey Dauphin down. Starting offensive lineman. Starting center for St. Viator. And that is critical loss at this moment of the game, especially for a team that likes to run out of the shotgun. Well, you hate to see this at this kind of moment. Final regular season game of the year.
Yeah, and if St. Viator wins this game, he might not be available next week as well. You hate to see it. These kids work so hard out in July and August in training camp to get ready for the season, and an injury this late in the year. You're hoping it's just a cramp, but he's still slow to get up. Finally does.
Good to see Dauphin back on his feet, walking towards the sideline. Joey Dauphin, the senior center.
Injury timeout. It's high school rules, so the clock automatically stops. Otherwise,
well, and it looked like St. Viator was going to call a timeout there with 46 seconds if the injury hadn't happened.
If I'm St. Viator, partner, I don't know how aggressive I want to be because I think I feel comfortable going into overtime. I don't know if I want Komet to be throwing into tight windows and having the ball potentially be picked off.
1st and 10 for Komet. High snap. He's under pressure immediately from Schwab, able to avoid it to the right side. Fires over the middle. He's got a man. Cutinello breaks a tackle. He's near the 25-yard line. What a play. Luca Cutinello making the catch all the way to the 25-yard line.
Oh, man, Michael Schwab, he had him. If he had just gotten a little lower, under control, he had Komet. But give credit where credit is due. What an athletic play by Cooper Komet, partner. That looked like a sack all the way.
Komet just able to avoid that rush, and Cutinello able to make the catch. So it'll be 1st and 10 at the 26-yard line with 27 seconds left.
Yeah, St. Pat's in problems now. For Viator, not being able to see their kicker in pregame warm-ups, you would assume you want the ball inside the 15 to consider it. And for Patrick, partner, I think you got to call timeout every play. You got to give your team, your offense, a chance in case St. Viator's kicker makes it.
And guess who's coming back on? Joey Dauphin right back into the huddle. Shows his toughness. The senior center, he knows the importance of this moment. A playoff spot on the line with 27 seconds left in a 21-21 game.
The other thing you got to think about, partner, is when you kick the ball, there's a potential of it being blocked, right? And if you're at the 25-yard line when it gets blocked, the potential of that becoming a return the other way for a touchdown is higher. So the closer you are to the field goal post, less of a chance of it being blocked and taken the other way for a touchdown. So for St. Viator, not only do you want to get more yards for your kicker, you want to be in a good spot in case it gets blocked.
One notable thing as well, Kyle, the wind has really started to pick up here at Triton College, blowing in right now. If St. Viator were to attempt to kick, 27 seconds left. Pastor comes in motion. They fake. It's a reverse pitch to Nix. Nix is brought down after picking up about 3 yards on the play, and now a timeout is called.
Good play call again by St. Viator. Worst thing that could happen is you lose yardage. Luckily they didn't. Best thing that could happen could have been a touchdown run, as St. Patrick has not been good at defending those reverses. That time they saw it all the way. Schwab leading the way on the tackle, but 2nd and long coming up, make it 2nd and 7, and really the pressure is all on this St. Viator kicking game to get them into the postseason.
That's the second timeout for St. Viator, and yeah, wouldn't be surprised here. Maybe, I guess you have to avoid the turnover, but do you maybe try to take a shot to the end zone here with Nix?
Yeah, you do. At the very least, you throw it right at the first down marker to get the first down, stop the clock. You could call your last time out. I personally would spike it if you get another first down. And then you want to, the old play where you take a knee in the center of the field to center it up for your kicker and then hope for the best. Anything's possible when it comes to high school kicking, but now you're in a pretty good spot. You're currently at the 20. A first down would put it at the 13.
Ball at the 23-yard line. 2nd and 7 for St. Viator. In a tie game, St. Pat's has all 3 timeouts. St. Viator has used 2. Critical 2nd down and 7 with 20 seconds to play. They send Nix in motion. The snap gets by Komet, and the ball's loose. The Shamrocks are on it. Oh my goodness! A fumble at a critical moment, and what a huge turnover for the St. Pat's defense.
Wow upon wow upon wow. A fumbled snap. Oh, Cooper Komet, bless his heart. He's got to be the sickest man in America. Oh. It happens though, partner. I saw it with Rex Gross when he fumbled it twice in a Super Bowl. But man, the underclassman, just the mistake you couldn't have in a position like that.
Joe Lukic with the recovery for St. Pat's. The biggest turnover of the season, maybe the biggest turnover in the history of St. Patrick football, picking up that fumble, but it was all caused by a mistake on the St. Viator side, a bad snap. And now, if you're St. Pat's, you have only 13 seconds. You can maybe take a shot, but do you play for overtime?
Just a quick pass, call a timeout, throw another quick pass, timeout, then the Hail Mary.
Dustin rolling out, quick pass to Cincino. On the near sideline, he's brought down at the 45. And St. Pat's will take a timeout. You called it right there, Kyle. A quick pass to Cincino. Now you have 7 seconds.
Yeah, you probably want another quick pass and then a Hail Mary.
But do you have time with 7 seconds?
Yeah.
You might only have time for one.
Obviously,
really
this
quick.
isn't the Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers, but what the Packers like to do, they do that little rollout to the right, a little, not a screen, but like a 2-yard out route to a tight end, get out of bounds, or just give yourself up. I saw it last week in the Bills-Chiefs game. Right before halftime, Kelsey gave himself up. They called a timeout at 1 second, then kicked the field goal. You could do a play like that, give yourself up on a throw over the middle, call quick timeout, then do the Hail Mary with 1 second left.
Recap of our game. St. Pat's led it 14-7 at the half. St. Viator had been in control for most of this second half. They've controlled possession, but Nick Dustin tied it up 21-21 after Viator had scored 14 straight points.
Yeah,
Empty backfield.
The drop squib kick didn't help either.
Dustin, quick pass. Cincino needs to get out of bounds, and he did with just about 4 seconds left. And he did pick up the first down, so now, okay, Nick Dustin, can you throw this ball 47 yards to the end zone?
Don't necessarily have to do that either. You could do a hook and ladder if you want. Basically, what you would want to do is you want to have your second fastest guy catch it, and then your fastest guy loops around for the hook and ladder, and then you loop around the corner for the touchdown. You got to know Dustin's arm. He's going to have plenty of time because you think that St. Viator, as I squeaked there, you think St. Viator's going to have a 3-man rush. I'd be shocked if they do 4-man rush here. It's most likely going to be a 3-man rush, everybody back, including the linebackers. So you would think that Dustin's going to have enough time to either step up into the pocket and throw it or roll over to his right to throw it. Most likely going to be a Hail Mary. You do have time, though, to give yourself up for a final timeout.
1st and 10 for St. Patrick. 46-yard line.
.46 yards to the end zone. You think he's going to throw it at about the 50, so 50 yards to the end zone.
St. Patrick looking for the Hail Mary. Dustin, he's under some pressure. Steps up, and he will be sacked.
Well,
what a job by the Viator defense.
Yeah, they did not run the 3-man rush like I thought they would. Even so, Parter, even if he gets that ball off, I mean, the million things could happen. The only good thing that could happen would be a touchdown pass. Sacks do happen, especially at the high school level on the Hail Mary. So for the second time at Triton College, we're going to overtime. This time, the winner goes to the playoffs.
Stakes don't get much higher than that. Overtime with a playoff spot on the line. Should be a lot of fun.
We'll take a 30-second break. You're watching the Shamrocks against the Lions here on SBS.
Missing your child's sporting event just plain stinks. But you don't have to worry about that anymore, thanks to Sports Broadcast Solutions. SBS is a live broadcasting network, as well as covering your on-demand needs, recruiting videos, highlight reels, and much, much more. We can broadcast live to any website, and we also post as much on-demand content as you need. For more information about SBS, check out our website at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone.
All right, guys, this is how overtime works. Each team can possess the ball. It's at the 10-yard line, so first and goal at the 10, all right? And this is where strategy comes into the game, partner, because obviously you want to be the second team possess the ball, see what they do. If the first team only gets a field goal, all you need is a touchdown to win. If the first team scores a TD but misses the PAT and or two-point conversion, touchdown and PAT wins, right? So if you're the first team to possess the ball, you would think, Connor, you want to go for 2, right, to make it an 8-point game?
You would think, but I mean, it depends on your mindset. If the other team gets a touchdown and an extra point, do you have the confidence in your 2-point plays that you can convert it, or do you just want to go to another overtime, see if maybe you can get a score and a stop? So the captain's out there for both teams.
It's just about down a distance now. It's first and goal for each team. And this is the second time it's happened at Triton College. Believe it or not, they won, the Shamrocks did. 4th and goal at the 1. It looked like Marian Catholic was going to score, and the quarterback, Kyle Thomas, fumbled it at the half-yard line. They picked it up. I believe it was Jack Fuller that picked it up. And because of that win, they're 4-4 with a chance to win in overtime to go to the postseason. If the fans of St. Patrick didn't have gray hairs before the season started, they certainly have them now.
Well, and especially in this game, a playoff spot on the line for both of these teams. One team's season will end, the other will head to the IHSA playoffs next week.
Do not have to go for 2 until triple overtime. You would think that what happened in the first half for Schwab is over, but sometimes, I hate to say the word the yips, but sometimes they can get into your head a little bit. But for Schwab, let's say they need the PAT to win or tie it. He can't think about that now.
Well, they're playing the Jeopardy music here as we try to figure out the coin toss. Not sure who won it.
You ever seen the movie Rat Race?
I have.
Where, what was his name? Cuba Gooding Jr.'s character? Because he blew a coin flip, he gets thrown in the middle of the desert from the taxi driver. And then it was the Lions-Steelers game where Jerome Bettis said tails heads. and the ref thought he said tails. Of course, the Lions won the...
How about the infamous moment when the Seahawks said, we're going to take the ball and we're going to score, and Hasselbeck throws a pick 6 against the Packers.
I miss the old rules of overtime, partner, don't you? I get why they changed it. The kickers are so much more athletic now, but I thought it was cool. You know, Favre threw the pick across his body. Saints got the first possession, and Garrett Hartley with the kick. I don't know. I think it's getting too complicated now with the overtime rules. I get why they changed it in the NFL, but I do miss the really easy-to-understand overtime rules of the past.
Well, St. Viator won the coin toss, so St. Patrick will start with the ball. The Lions electing to go on defense to see what the Shamrocks do from the 10-yard line.
Interesting what they're going to do on offense. Let's assume they score. I say they're going to go for 2. Not because Schwab missed a kick earlier, but they really want to put the pressure on that young quarterback in Komet to score a touchdown and get 2 to tie.
But then if you don't get the 2, all they need is the extra point. There's just so many different strategies you can have with overtime, and just depends from coach to coach.
Remember, no matter what, you're going to have to eventually go for 2. So if you keep extending overtime, more chances your players get hurt, your starters are getting more tired. You really want to win it as soon as possible.
They give for Wozni up the middle, and he squirts out to about the 6-yard line. Make that the 7, so he's able to gain 3. 2nd and goal from the 7. Empty backfield for Dustin. Now Wozni comes in motion to join him. Dustin stepping up. He's under pressure, trying to run for it now, and he reaches about the 3-yard line before being brought down out of bounds. Wow, he made it all the way to the 1 there in the corner. It was tough to see with some of the crowd on the St. Patrick's sideline, but what a run there by Dustin.
Well, that's key spot for St. Pat's.
Well, now they've moved it back to the 2.
Okay. All right, well, 3rd and goal at the 2. If you get any kind of positive yards, I think you go for it for the touchdown.
Dustin for Wozni. He stopped. The ball comes out. St. Viator has it. Oh, my goodness. What a defensive play. John Kaiser coming away with the fumble. Wow. And now the Lions just need a field goal to win this game and go to the playoffs.
I don't even think you run a play, especially after they fumbled the snap. You got to think Komet's confidence is at an all-time low after that fumbled snap. I think you just kick it for the win right here.
Be a 27-yard field goal. Gabe Glotz, the kicker for St. Viator. It was a big hit on Wozni. He lost it. Kaiser recovers.
I mean, that's how important the coin flip is in overtime. St. Pat's did not want to go for the field goal because they knew that Komet had a chance to win it on the touchdown with the ball being at the 10.
Viator does have the offense out there. Send a couple of men in motion. Komet going to run it to the left side. Makes a cutback. A flag is down. And if that's a hold, that could be a huge break for St. Pat's. That would push St. Viator back 10 yards. Let's see what the call is.
Usually if it's at the line of scrimmage, it's on the offense.
It is a hold. That will push the Lions back to the 20-yard line, where it'll be 1st and goal from the 20.
Got to wonder why they didn't just kick. But if you don't feel confident in your kicker, that's another thing. Now you're in trouble. 37-yard field goal now. And
from the 21-yard line.
Because high school kicking is such an uncertainty, for St. Pat's, you could run zone defense. You don't necessarily have to play man here, but I expect them to play man, even though it's 10 yards back.
First and goal from the 20 for St. Viator. Camblin in motion. Komet with a toss sweep. Van Boeven trying to work the outside, and he gets to about the 15-yard line before going out of bounds.
Got 2 more downs to work with. You're 5 yards closer.
Made it to the 14, where it'll be 2nd and goal from there.
Remember, you don't need 6 to win. You just need 3. And the snap is not a certainty, partner. You got to think Komet's thinking about that. If you're just joining us, fumbled the snap, did Komet late in the 4th quarter. Anytime you run shotgun, the pressure's on the center to have a clean snap, good spiral action, and you want it at the knee or higher than that to your quarterback.
Send a man in motion. Komet looking to run with it right side. Has some room, and he is near the 5-yard line. And this might be the time where they send out the kicker, but they may want to try to get the ball to the center of the field, as right now it's on the right hash.
Well, after all that, partner, they had the holding call, but 2 downs later, they're 5 yards closer. And they're going to mark it short of the 5, closer to the 6.
So 3rd and goal from the 6-yard line. They'll run another play here, but most likely they'll just try to run it to the middle of the field.
Wouldn't that be something if the kicker missed to go to double overtime?
Crazier things have happened. 2 backs out there. They give it. Working the left side, trying to break some tackles. And stacked up near the 6 is Van Boeven.
That was close, partner. I thought I saw a face mask, but if the play was already ruled dead, that would be insignificant.
So the ball is moved to the left hash. Ball is at the 7-yard line, where St. Viator will have a 24-yard kick to try to win it and send the Lions to the playoffs. Timeout is called by St. Viator.
We'll take a timeout as well. You're watching the Lions against the Shamrocks here on SBS.
This is Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone. Check us out at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com and become part of the digital sporting world.
Here we go. These are where champions are made, partner. A field goal to win it for St. Viator.
It'll be Gabe Glodz on to attempt a game-winning field goal potentially for St. Viator with a playoff spot on the line. Nick's the holder. Snap is down, and a timeout had been called by St. Patrick. They're going to ice the kicker here. Gave Glodz some time to think about it.
I've always wanted to get your point of view on this, partner. You think you're icing the kicker, but sometimes the kicker has an extra 2 or 3 minutes to calm down, think about it, and be like, oh, okay, it's not that big of a deal after all. Just relax, breathe in, breathe out. I just don't understand sometimes the theory of icing the kicker.
I think it's just the way the human brain works. Coaches are thinking, I'm giving him 2 or 3 minutes to think, oh no, what if I miss this? What's going to happen if I miss this? And because that's unfortunately the tendency a lot of times is to think of the negative outcome, and that's what St. Patrick is hoping here. But Gabe Glodz, I'm sure he has plenty of confidence that he can hit this.
You know, I talked to Eric Kramer. Now, Barry Sanders wasn't a kicker, but he talked about how some of Eric Kramer's NFL teammates, whether Barry Sanders had a 50-yard run or lost 3 yards, he was the same guy. And if you're in this spot trying to kick this game-winning field goal, you have to be the same guy adrenaline-wise, whether it's a tie game or you can send your team to the playoffs.
It's a 23-yard field goal to send St. Viator to the playoffs. The snap is down, the kick is up, and it is good. St. Viator is going back to the playoffs for the first time since 2017 as they win it 24-21 in overtime. Gabe Glodz, the hero.
Big time kick, partner. We were wondering when the kicking game would finally rear its ugly head against St. Pat's. It finally does, but partner, really, it was special teams that hurt St. Pat's today. Didn't recover the onside kick. You question that call. A main problem of the game, couldn't recover that squib kick. Sometimes football could be a simple game, partner. When you can't handle the ball and you fumble the ball, that's what hurt St. Patrick today.
Well, a real heartbreaker for the Shamrocks. This team battled hard all season long. They gave it everything in this one, and these were two teams you could tell throughout the game everything was on the line, and unfortunately for St. Pat's, St. Viator comes away with a fumble and hit the field goal to win it in overtime.
My player of the game, partner, I'd like to have your point of view as well. That punt by Michael Schwab changed the complexion of this game. A huge punt, got it inside the 5-yard line. The defense gets the stop. And not only was that a great punt by Michael Schwab, but he erased what happened in the first half, didn't get that field goal. Mathematically wise, they would have won this game if he had made the field goal, but he made the punt to pin St. Viator inside their own territory, inside the 5. The defense gets the 3 and out. Schwab also plays defense as well. and that helped Dustin tie the score on the offensive side of the
He
ball.
came away with a sack. Have to agree with you for St. Pat's. Mikey Schwab played really well, and for St. Viator, Gabe Glod's hitting the biggest kick of his life, but also how about Cooper Komet and Michael Nix today for the Lions, helping them to clinch the playoff spot.
Good for him. You never want to see a game end on a fumble, and it looked like St. Patrick was going to win on in overtime when Komet fumbled the football. I feel bad for Wozni for fumbling, but even if he had held on to the ball, it would have been 4th and goal. Offense is in a tough spot. Let's say he holds on to the football, partner. Do you think St. Pat's would have gone for it or kicked the field goal?
Well, tough to say. I think they would have maybe just kicked the field goal there, but a great effort from the Shamrocks, and it was a fantastic game. Enjoyed getting the opportunity to be here for it.
Well, we always love having you, Connor. Hopefully you can do some more games for us at the end of 2022 into 2023. And that does it for our play-by-play broadcast. Coming up next, post-game interviews. We'll try to get Michael Schwab and possibly another St. Patrick's player. That does it for our regulation play-by-play broadcast of the season. But post-game show coming up next, brought to you by Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. For those of you that just want raw footage of your sporting event, but no play-by-play or color commentary, you just need us to live stream video from the event over the internet. We will live stream your event on YouTube on our Sports Broadcast Solutions channel. In addition, we also have a dedicated channel on YouTube for live streaming at SBS Livestream. And if you need multiple channels, we can utilize Facebook Livestream and Instagram Live on our channel as well. Options include commercials from your sponsors, professional scoreboard graphics are still available, and of course, yes, pre- and post-game interviews are available as an option if you want.
We've been working really hard this whole summer and stuff.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world. Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. Instead of spending hundreds or thousands with all these college recruiting sites, let us put together your college highlight reel. For just a fraction of your potential college scholarship and significantly less than these recruiting services, we got this. In addition, we put together highlight reels for teams, including high school, your club team, or travel team.
My teammate gave me a great pass, and I just took it. The other team slashed me, took the opportunity, saw where the goalie was weak, and I just shot it there.
Solon, O'Connor, and Marsh back on defense. And Marsh gets a blowout. We got a breakaway at 2-0. A shot, and it's goal! So 3-3. The power play was officially over.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, check us out at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital world.
Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final is taking place between the Chicago Blackhawks and the Philadelphia Flyers. They'll still have to win at Game 7 in Chicago. It's a 3-3 tie in the first overtime, meaning this has been a moderate offensive explosion with some decent defense and goaltending squeeze in between this hockey contest. This is a huge game for Blackhawks fans, as their favorite hockey team has been a laughingstock in the Western Conference for most of the previous decade. For the Flyers, they're looking to bring back Stanley Cup glory to the city of brotherly love for the first time since the 1970s. To truly understand the importance of what happens next, we need to hit that left button on the VCR. In other words, we need to rewind. The Blackhawks are an overtime goal away from cementing their legacy in NHL history. But for a franchise who used to not even televise its home games, this seemed like a pipe dream even 5 years ago. Known for his severe cheapness, Blackhawks former owner Bill Wirtz decided to cancel all home broadcast agreements with network and cable television outlets in 1992. According to Wirtz and the Wirtz Corporation as a whole, home broadcasts were, quote, unfair to the team's season ticket holders, unquote. And as crazy as this decision was by Wirtz, fan attendance increased during the mid-1990s. Incredibly, without normal home broadcasts and overall television brand awareness about the team, the Hawks averaged over 19,300 fans during the mid-1990s at the United Center. This is how it worked. WGN and other media outlets couldn't broadcast the Blackhawks games at the United Center. But if a national broadcasting network such as ESPN decided to telecast the game, a Blackhawk fan could purchase Hawk Vision, a subscription network worth $29.99 per month. Then you could watch the ESPN broadcast of Blackhawks vs. Red Wings at the United Center on normal cable television. It was pretty confusing, to be sure, and as you know, the internet wasn't big back then. If you were a big hockey fan and wanted to know about the Blackhawks, you either had to go to the game or wait for the hockey highlight on SportsCenter. Even then, hockey coverage wasn't big on ESPN, so it was in your best interest to purchase a ticket at the UC. So the fans kept supporting the Blackhawks even though they couldn't watch their favorite team on TV. However, the product on the ice wasn't so great. As if it were a curse from the hockey gods, the Hawks kept finding different ways to choke in the playoffs. An original six team, the Hawks were at one time the second most cursed original six franchise. The New York Rangers went titleless from 1940 until 1994, and the Hawks now find themselves in the same place as the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Maple Leafs and the Hawks have not hoisted Lord Stanley's Cup since the 1960s decade. For the Hawks, it's been even worse. They haven't won it all since 1961, and before that, Chicago went 23 years without hoisting the Cup. The Maple Leafs have been a borderline disaster since 1967, but at least the Leafs were a dynasty in the 60s. The Hawks were lucky to even win the 1961 Stanley Cup. So yeah, the Hawks have pretty much been mediocre or worse since 1961. However, there were moments when the franchise seemed destined for championship glory. The worst moment for Chicago hockey fans was the 1971 Stanley Cup Final against the hated Montreal Canadiens. Without air conditioning at Old Chicago Stadium, the Hawks were the home team during Game 7 of the Finals against the Canadiens. Jumping out to an early 2-0 lead, legendary netminder Tony Esposito couldn't stop Jacques Lamar's 60-foot-away snapshot, giving the Canadiens their first goal of the contest. Chicago Tribune writer Bob Verdi said there was a humid haze hung over the ice, but Esposito refused to blame the rink's lack of air conditioning on the soft goal he gave up. He had a point, since Lamar's shot was nearly from the center line. The Canadiens never looked back and scored twice more to upset the Hawks and win 3-2 on Chicago's home ice. Since then, the Hawks have never been closer to winning the Cup as they were that day in 1971. That is, until tonight anyway. As painful as it was in 1971, Hawks fans who were still alive in 1992 had to be devastated at what happened next to Ed Belfour and Dominik Hasek. Incredibly, Eddie the Eagle Belfour and Dominik the Dominator Hasek were both on the Blackhawks at the same time. Two future Hall of Fame goalies were both on the Hawks, and yet the franchise still couldn't win a Stanley Cup with either netminder. Belfour was the starter during the brief Belfour-Hasek years. The Hawks made the 1992 Stanley Cup championship round with Belfour and Hasek both on the roster. It was also a Chicago team with Chris Chelios leading the defenseman, and forward Jeremy Roenick was on this Hawks team as well. Led by captain Dirk Graham, the Hawks went on a very impressive winning streak in the playoffs. After falling to a 2-1 series deficit to the St. Louis Blues, the Hawks won their next 3 games against the Blues, as well as back-to-back series sweeps against the Detroit Red Wings and the Edmonton Oilers. Just like that, 11 consecutive victories saw the Blackhawks 4 wins away from ending up as the last team standing. The only team in their proverbial way, the NHL's version of the Super Mario Brothers, otherwise known as Mario Lemieux and Jaromir Jagr. The Pittsburgh Penguins were the defending Cup champions, and after nearly beating the Washington Capitals in Game 7 during Round 1, the Pens found their way in the finals thanks to winning 8 of their last 10 games. Hasek was probably Chicago's better goalie entering the playoffs, as the Dominator earned all rookie honors and went 10-4-1 during his 15 starts between the pipes. Between a contract holdout from Belfour and Crazy Eddie missing games this season due to personal reasons, Hasek was turning into a fan favorite, while Belfour was the more controversial choice in net. However, head coach and general manager Mike Keenan stuck with Belfour throughout the playoffs. He turned out to be the best goaltender in the postseason, not named Tom Barrasso. The problem is Barrasso plays for Pittsburgh, so it was up to Roenick and company to find consistent offense against the Eastern Conference's best goalie. It looked like the Hawks had the Pens right where they wanted them when they took a 4-1 lead during Game 1. But the hockey gods haven't liked Chicago since 1961. Whenever the Hawks can blow a postseason lead during crunch time, they like to do it. The Pens scored 4 unanswered goals on their home ice, including the game winner with just 13 seconds left in OT. A crushing 5-4 loss for the Hawks, and they never rebounded from it. It was a sweep for the Pens as the Penguins celebrated their championship victory at Chicago Stadium. Hasek even showed during the series that he still had some raw rookie moments, but Belfour clearly wasn't himself. Hasek subbed in for Belfour in Game 4 after Eddie the Eagle gave up 2 goals on just 4 shots on goal. Keenan had a tough decision to make between keeping Hasek and Belfour, but with Belfour 1 year removed from winning the Vezina and Williams M. Jennings trophies for best goalie, Keenan had no choice but to allow Hasek to become expendable. The Sabres then cashed in on the young goalie's athleticism by fleecing the Hawks with a terrible trade request. The Sabres received a future Hall of Famer in Hasek, and the Blackhawks received just future draft considerations and a goalie in Stefan Beauregard, who never played a single minute in the goalie crease. The future draft considerations eventually led to the Hawks drafting Eric Daze in the 4th round. Daze became an all-star left winger, but serious back and herniated disc issues saw the team's promising winger limited to just 74 games in 3 seasons after his all-star game appearance in 2002. He retired after playing just 1 game in 2005. That being said, Keenan didn't want there to be a locker room controversy between Hasek and Belfour, and it's easy to say in hindsight when no one knew how great Hasek would become. Unfortunately, Belfour wouldn't even finish his career in Chicago. The Hawks were worried that he wouldn't re-sign with the team, so they shipped him off to San Jose for 3 players I personally never heard of until I Googled them: Ulf Dahlin, Michael Sikora, and Chris Terreri. Terreri was put in the very tough position of trying to fill Belfour's shoes in net, and he never got close to reaching Belfour's milestone achievements. Blackhawk fans kept asking themselves, is this team cursed? The 1999 Stanley Cup Final pitted Belfour against Hasek as the Dallas Stars took on the Buffalo Sabres. Belfour eventually won the cup over Hasek in the series, although Hasek won more cups than the Eagle once he began playing for the Red Wings. The Blackhawks managed just 1 more Western Conference Finals appearance with Belfour in net, and they wouldn't get back to the Western Conference Finals until last season. No one ever wishes someone to die, but success seemed to reach the Blackhawks once Bill Wirtz passed away from complications of cancer on September 26, 2007. His son, Rocky Wirtz, took over the team, and during their first season with Rocky as the CEO, the Hawks finished above 500 for the first time in 6 years. With John McDonough as the president and Joel Quenneville as the head coach, the Hawks made it back to the playoffs and finished in the Final Four. The Red Wings once again got in their way and easily took care of the Hawks 4-1 during the 2009 Western Conference Finals. Entering the 2009-10 season, the Hawks decided they need a veteran forward who could score goals and match up against their biggest rival, the Detroit Red Wings. Marian Hossa signed with the Blackhawks, giving the Hawks a formidable 1-2-3 punch on line 1 on Patrick Kane, Jonathan Taves, Marian Hossa. That is, if they ever needed to use all 3 guys on the power play. The Hawks were a tough team to beat in 2010, and they finished just 1 point shy of the Western Conference leading Sharks, but the Hawks were the better team in the Western Conference Finals and swept the Sharks to make it to the Stanley Cup Final. Their opponent was an unlikely one, the Philadelphia Flyers. Entering the playoffs as a 7th seed, the Flyers had little title aspirations, but after the top-seeded Capitals were stunned in round 1 to the 8th-seeded Canadiens, there was new hope in Philly. The Flyers looked dead in the water when they trailed 3-0 in the Eastern Conference semifinals, but Simon Gagne returned for Game 4, and they definitely needed him as Gagne scored in overtime to force a Game 5. Brian Boucher was excellent as the Flyers starting goalie during Game 5, but he had to leave the game early due to knee injuries. As such, Michael Layton finished off Game 5 as the Flyers' new goalie and preserved the 4-0 shutout. Layton then got the start in Game 6 as expected, and he made the most of his opportunity by being perfect through 59 minutes until the Boston Bruins scored late. It was still a 2-1 win for the Flyers, and wouldn't you know it, the Flyers had a chance to win Game 7 and come back from an insurmountable 3-0 deficit. The Bruins actually led 3-0 in Game 7 at the TD Garden in Boston, but they simply couldn't avoid a significantly embarrassing collapse. James Van Riemsdyk, who didn't score a single goal in the playoffs prior to tonight, netted a very important goal late in the first period to give his teammates new life and ending the shutout attempt. The Flyers then scored 3 more unanswered goals to win a surprising 4-3 Game 7 over the Bruins, becoming just the 3rd team in NHL history to come back from a 3-0 series deficit. In fact, this had only been done once in any other American professional sport besides hockey. The Boston Red Sox defeated the New York Yankees 4-3 during the 2004 American League Championship Series. And now the Flyers are back in the Stanley Cup Final for the first time since 1997, looking for their first championship since 1975. The 1997 Stanley Cup Final was very interesting since it pitted the Flyers against the Red Wings, with both teams being in the Eastern Time Zone. The Flyers got swept in that series, with fans questioning if the franchise made the right decision all those years ago when they traded for former #1 overall draft pick Eric Lindros. Lindros scored just once in that series against the Red Wings, and it cost the Flyers a lot just to acquire him. They sent the Quebec Nordiques 6 players, 2 first-round picks, and $15 million in cash for only Lindros. The Nordiques eventually moved to Colorado, with the future Hall of Famer in Forsberg helping the Colorado Avalanche win 2 Stanley Cup titles. What did Lindros contribute? Just 1 goal in his lone Stanley Cup Final, and his constant bad luck of suffering concussions, he suffered 4 during his career in Philly, inevitably led to him being traded to the New York Rangers. The Lindros trade was a huge gamble for the Flyers, and it cost them much-needed role players they probably could have used during their playoff runs in the late 90s and early 2000s. However, the Flyers probably wouldn't even made it to the finals without Lindros in the lineup, so there's a lot of give and take when debating if Philly should have traded for the future Hall of Famer. In a weird twist of fate, the Rangers tried to trade for Lindros, which would have included goalie Mike Richter. Richter was huge down the stretch for the Rangers during the 1994 Stanley Cup Final, which they won, so Rangers fans are probably very happy with the trade with Philly that was finalized prior to the Rangers calling up the Nordiques. But the Flyers are finally back in the Stanley Cup Final, in large part due to the Flyers getting defenseman Chris Pronger in another blockbuster deal with Anaheim. It cost Philly 2 players and 2 first-round picks. History tells us that the Flyers love sacrificing the future for winning now, but this time around, it has paid its dividends in a big way. Pronger's 14 playoff assists have allowed the Flyers to be 1 goal away from forcing a Game 7 in Chicago, their closest to a title in 35 years. The trade for Pronger was definitely an immediate success. Layton's 3 shutouts in the Eastern Conference Finals prove that he deserves to be in the league, but is he a franchise goalie? Not so much. One of the reasons that the Blackhawks are a goal away from the title is Layton can't recreate his magic from the previous round. In fact, Boucher relieved him in Game 2 and Game 5 due to erratic play, but head coach Peter Laviolette decided to stick with Layton in this pivotal Game 6. And to be honest, the Flyers felt comfortable about tonight. Both of their wins in the series were at home, and with the Hawks being led by 2 players under the age of 25 in Kane and Taves, they don't have a lot of experience in this pressure situation. It's up to former #1 overall draft pick Patrick Kane and Captain Taves to finish off the Flyers. Otherwise, it's back to Chicago for a winner-go-home Game 7, and Blackhawk fans know all too well how that panned out back in '71. Sharp knows all too well how this Blackhawks team has stunk over the years, as he joined the team during the 2006 season, and remind their fans of Broad Street bullies who won back-to-back cups in the 70s, or will the Blackhawks finally appease the hockey gods and give their fans a much-deserved championship? It's golden goal format, and Patrick Kane has the puck deep in the Flyers' end. Welcome to Thanks for watching our NHL version of Rewinder. Make sure to comment below and subscribe to Sports Broadcast Solutions.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. Let SBS broadcast your sporting event. We have experience and can generate excitement and permanent digital memories for your team.
Tonight. That time, finally a goal for the Stampede!
We have professional videographers using high-definition modern-day cameras, color analysts, and play-by-play announcers with state-of-the-art, classy graphical scoreboards to keep you updated. Plus, we have commercials to advertise your team, club, or sponsor, and us. Plus, we do pregame and postgame interviews.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Postgame Show brought to you by Marion Central Catholic. My name's Kyle Smith, but my name doesn't matter. These young ladies matter. It's senior night as the Hurricanes win a battle down the stretch, 48-46.
Hi, I'm Carrie Kramer. I swim 50 breast, 50 free, and 100 back.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world.
It's March 29th, 2013. The Sweet 16, otherwise known as the regional semifinals, is taking place between the Kansas Jayhawks and Michigan Wolverines. In a surprising twist, the lower-seeded Wolverines are up by 2 points on the number 1-seeded Jayhawks. It's definitely not shocking that the Wolverines are currently winning. Rather, it's surprising for anyone who turned off the game when Kansas led by 11 points late in the second half. Not only did Kansas blow a double-digit lead during regulation, but their odds of winning were over 99% with under 3 minutes to play. That doesn't matter anymore, though, and with under 10 seconds left in overtime, Kansas needs a practical miracle shot to force double OT. Even crazier, they could win at the buzzer with a 3. So can the Jayhawks pull off the incredible full-court drive to the basket to tie things up at 87? We'll find out in 10 short seconds. But for now, let's see how we got here. Kansas blew a huge lead earlier tonight, but how? To answer that question, we need to rewind. Remember when I said it's not shocking that Michigan is beating Kansas? Well, for starters, SB Nation only gave Kansas a 2-point edge. A 2-point spread is not exactly a comfortable betting edge for gamblers, even though Kansas is 11-2 against the spread in its last 13 games. This front court matchup also features the National Player of the Year in Trey Burke. Burke, who actually grew up in Columbus, decided to become the arch enemy of the Buckeye faithful and instead attended the much-hated Michigan Wolverines. Burke manned the point for the Wolverines, and even as a
Welcome to this game show sponsored by Sports Broadcast Solutions, and I'm here with the winning kicker of St. Viator, Gabe Glodz. And if you look back at this game, it really was a game of inches, executed on all sides, but it came down to the last play. Take us through it.
So, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm at a loss for words right now. The team fought so hard, and the last thing I wanted to do was bring them all down. And I knew I was going to make the kick. I'm so sorry. I'm just really excited we won right now. I'm so proud of my team. I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of everyone. Those are my teammates over there. So, sorry.
It's a whole team effort. You did come down in the last play, but talk about how the offense executed today and also the defense.
I think the offense did well, but the defense was what won us the game because the defense, they did very good stopping every play. They played with their entire heart, which is what I think makes Viator special from other teams, is that we all play. Shut up, Nikki. We all play. We play with our hearts more. Actually, no. We play with our hearts a lot.
Heart, soul, body, mind, all the above, right? Well, the win means a lot for you. You get a berth into the IHSA playoffs. What does that mean for this program, and what was the message from the coaching staff following the game?
It's a really big deal for us because, we haven't won in a long time to go to playoffs because we had the COVID year. Last year, we lost to St. Pat's, actually, in the last game, so I didn't realize that. We got revenge, so... And then the year before that, I think I already said COVID year. I'm not sure what happened there, but I don't think we made it to playoffs. But this year we made it, so that's all that matters. So.
All right, Gabe, we'll go enjoy the victory. Thanks so much.
So much.
All right, that's going to do it here from Triton College on Sports Broadcast Solutions.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. Let SBS broadcast your sporting event. We have experience and can generate excitement and permanent digital memories for your team.
Tonight. That time, finally a goal for the Stampede!
We have professional videographers using high-definition modern-day cameras, color analysts, and play-by-play announcers with state-of-the-art, classy graphical scoreboards to keep you updated. Plus, we have commercials to advertise your team, club, or sponsor, and us. Plus, we do pregame and postgame interviews.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Postgame Show brought to you by Marion Central Catholic. My name's Kyle Smith, but my name doesn't matter. These young ladies matter. It's senior night as the Hurricanes win a battle down the stretch, 48-46.
Hi, I'm Carrie Kramer. I swim 50 breast, 50 free, and 100 back.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world.
Well, Postgame Show sponsored by Sports Broadcast Solutions, and I'm here with the winning kicker of St. Viator, Gabe Glodz. And if you look back at this game, it really was a game of inches, executed on all sides, but it came down to the last play. Take us through it.
So, I mean, like, I'm sorry, I'm at a loss for words right now. The team fought so hard, and the last thing I wanted to do was bring them all down. And I knew I was going to make the kick. I'm so sorry. I'm just really excited we won right now. I'm so proud of my team. I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of everyone. Those are my teammates over there. So,
I mean, yeah.
Sorry.
You know, it's a whole team effort. You did come down in last play, but talk about how the offense executed today and also the defense.
I think the offense did well, but the defense was what won us the game because the defense, they did very good stopping every play. They played with their entire heart, which is what I think makes Viator special from all other teams, is that we all play. What up, Nikki? We all play, we play with our hearts more. Actually, no. We play with our hearts a lot.
Heart, soul, body, mind, all the above, right? Well, the win means a lot for you. You get a berth into the IHSA playoffs. What does that mean for this program, and what was the message from the coaching staff following the game?
It's a really big deal for us because, I mean, we haven't won in like a long time to go to playoffs because we had the COVID year. Last year, we lost to St. Pat's, actually, in the last game, so I didn't realize that. We got revenge, so. And then the year before that, I think I already said COVID year. I'm not sure what happened there, but I don't think we made it to playoffs. But this year we made it, so that's all that matters.
All right, Gabe, we'll go enjoy the video.
So much.
All right, that's going to do it here from Triton College on Sports Broadcast Solutions.